Dr. George Owen, Dr. S.N. Introduce the speaker. This was it's a real Good afternoon, everybody. Myself is Moti and George Owen and the Peace Society of India for having given us this privilege to co-chair this second session. I will tell you, I think Dr. Ken Mayer is one of the very familiar names in HIV research in this part of the world. He has had a long-term association to working and understanding the dynamics of HIV/AIDS in India. I think having the background and his understanding of the epidemic in this part of the world would be no better person than him. His designation is Professor of Medicine, Global Health and Population and Medical Research Director. His organization is Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, Fenway Institute in Boston. Is affiliated to Harvard University, Fenway Health, and his area of expert is infectious disease, HIV, and STI prevention. I think we'll just get to hear Dr. Ken Mayer's very insightful presentation on recent updates on PrEP and its implications for implementation in India. PrEP has really not taken off in India. Let's see what insightful impression Dr. Ken Mayer has to provide us this afternoon. I think over to this presentation. This is a video presentation. There won't be any Q&A. If any questions, you can maybe share it with us and then maybe we'll communicate to you and then get the answers.
Hello, this is Ken Mayer from Boston. I'm delighted to be with you today to talk about an update on PrEP implementation. I've always enjoyed attending ASICON meetings, and I'm sorry because of work I'm not able to be with you this time, but there's lots to talk about with updating what we know about PrEP. So the reason why we need PrEP is because we've not achieved the 90-90-90 goals, and we've certainly not achieved the 95-95-95 goals. So there are still about close to 40% of the people in the world who are living with HIV who are either unaware of their infection or not adequately suppressed on medication. And what we do know over the years is that there have been many PrEP studies, and we know that PrEP works if you take it. And basically, the studies here are aligned as a function of adherence. Basically, adherence is really the key to the success of PrEP delivery. Some of the earlier studies did not show efficacy in young women and girls in Africa, and this had to do with a certain level of medical mistrust. People were interested in being in a study, getting compensation of the study, but not really taking medication. And pharmacology, there may be a need for more consistent adherence because of tissue penetration levels of the medication in the vaginal and cervical mucosa compared to the rectal mucosa. And so we have other medications now, and we know how to better promote adherence. And we now know from various studies that PrEP does work in women if we take it consistently. So PrEP is preventive medication. It's a very high bar, so we want to say, is the medication safe and well tolerated? The answer is resoundingly yes. There's been a meta-analysis of all randomized placebo-controlled studies, and it basically shows that people who take PrEP consistently do not develop severe renal dysfunction, but there is sometimes reversible changes in creatinine in older patients, so creatinine needs to be monitored. There's some level of increase in bone mineral density with the FDC, that's tenofovir, that's a proper fumarate, and FDC is anthracycline, that's the generic medication, and this is most widely available as PrEP. But this change in bone mineral density was not clinically significant, and it reverted once people stopped the medication. So certainly somebody who's osteopenic, we have to monitor their bone health. They're taking PrEP chronically, but for the most part, for most individuals, this is not a major concern. Another question that we get often is, well, if somebody's on PrEP, but what if their partner's on treatment and they're virally suppressed? There was an excellent study done in sub-Saharan Africa where HIV-stored couples were given a menu of options PrEP for treatment and virologic suppression. And what they basically found was that not everybody who was offered treatment was willing to take treatment. So only about 80% of patients who were living with HIV took treatment in that setting, whereas almost everybody took PrEP. And they were able to compare to earlier studies they had done in how many infections they were expecting. And they were expecting 37 infections in that setting, but they only observed 2 infections, so a substantial reduction, even when the partner is virologically suppressed. Another headline with regard to PrEP now is the fact that we have a second tenofovir-based regimen that's got TAP, tenofovir alafenamide. It's more expensive currently, but eventually will be generic, but it's important for clinicians to know the difference. The studies have only been done in monocyclic men, so we can't recommend this medication for cisgender women, for example. Certainly, if somebody has pre-existing renal or bone disease and can afford it, that would be a better option, so then you have to worry about monitoring renal and bone function. But TAP is associated with weight gain and changes in lipids, so the generic FTDF is preferable in that setting. And again, because it is not generic at the present time, TAP is more expensive, so that would be a cost consideration. Another important thing to know is that the French initially and subsequent groups have shown that on-demand PrEP works quite well as well. And on-demand PrEP is what's called 2-1-1, taking 2 pills within 24 hours of exposure to HIV, and then taking a pill a day for 2 days afterwards. So the event-driven PrEP. And they basically were able to show in their study, initially a placebo control study, and then when they showed the applications, an open label study, very low rates of HIV infection compared to people in the placebo group. And so the 2-1-1 regimen works, but it's not been studied in cisgender women, so we don't know, again, is a differential tissue pharmacology, what we can recommend for them. But certainly the WHO and many other government bodies recommends on-demand PrEP. But the individuals who use this have to be people who are aware that they're going to engage in risky behavior and have to be adherent for the medication. But certainly, when you're taking fewer doses, listening dose can have great impact and could put somebody at risk of getting HIV. The latest major advance in HIV prevention technology is injectable cabotegravir, an integrated strand transfer inhibitor, which has a very excellent safety profile. There were 2 studies, HP-10-083 and HP-10-084, both of which showed that cabotegravir was superior to oral TDF-FTC. There was a relatively low rate of infection in high-risk people, a little over 1% in TDF-FTC, but it was more than a third less in people who were receiving injectable cabotegravir. So this medication has to be dosed an initial dose, and then 4 weeks later, a second dose, and then every 8 weeks thereafter. So it has pros and cons. It's still currently very expensive, so not yet available globally, but it is a major advance, and it has shown superiority now in several studies. One of the big headlines is the fact that the CDC really, based on data, decided to recommend HIV RNA monitoring before starting people on PrEP, whether it's oral PrEP or injectable PrEP. And they recommend that this be part of routine monitoring. Now, we know that the viral load testing is quite expensive, and that's what makes this a recommendation controversial. But the reason for this is that in HP-10-083 and 084, what was found was that people who got injections of cabotegravir, if they did become HIV infected, they had a very delayed pattern of seroconversion. So the virus would flip up and down. This is an example of one patient. And so there can be real delays in detecting whether a person is infected. And if there's a delay in detection of infection, they may be viremic and only getting one antiretroviral medication. And that's a prescription for selecting for resistance. And so there was a number of people who developed resistance. We've already known this with oral PrEP as well. So the take home is that number one, be sure that your patient is not HIV infected or in the process of becoming HIV infected before starting the medication, and then careful monitoring. And if viral load monitoring is not affordable, and the WHO says it's not absolutely necessary, then certainly doing fourth generation testing, so these tests for antigen. So here are the pros and cons. The pros would be that we pick up infection at a very early point in time. The con would be the cost of testing, and it's a more complex test. So this is one of the big debates that's going on right now in the management of people on PrEP. But uptake has been increasing globally. It's still not at a level where we think it needs to be. So by 2020, there were almost 1 million people in 83 countries who received oral PrEP. Most of those now were in Africa. There's been a big scale up. You can see the dark colors in sub-Saharan Africa, certainly North America, South America, and Europe has had an increased scaling of PrEP. As in places like China, not so much in India, and I think there's still much of a need to be scaling up PrEP to decrease the rate of new HIV infections. But even in the United States, the CDC estimates that about 1.2 million Americans would benefit from PrEP, but only about 300,000 people would prescribe PrEP. So we really have a long way to go in many parts of the world. And getting people on PrEP is just the beginning. These are two snapshots of one of the challenges, because PrEP is something that a person has to then take for any period that they're going to be risky. So in Atlanta, a study following young Black heterosexual men, of 131 people who started PrEP, only 40 were fully persistent, and you can see the cascade of when people started. The fair number start and then stop and restart. And on the other hand, the reason why we want to promote adherence to PrEP is that in Kaiser Permanente, a health insurance plan in the United States, you look at the very last line of that table, people who persist on PrEP, they saw no new HIV infections out of 5,367 people with almost 10,000 person years of follow-up, 0 HIV infections for people who were adherent to PrEP. But the people with different patterns, they discontinued and they went back on and they initiate. If they were late but weren't prescribed PrEP, they had appreciable levels of incident HIV infection. So once we start people on PrEP, we really have to assess their risk and keep them, help them stay on PrEP to maintain safety. And this whole issue of PrEP persistence has been reviewed recently in Lancet HIV, and a global study looking at 59 different studies found that about 41% of users discontinued within 6 months, but almost half of the discontinuers started within a year. So it's not a one and done kind of thing. So as a clinician working with a patient on prevention, it has to be an ongoing conversation. And what's interesting is that discontinuation rates in Southern Africa were higher, and so we have to think about culturally tailored programs. Certainly thinking about the other options as well. So non-daily options were helpful as well, and the injections may also play a role. PrEP has a number of different iterations going forward. We talked about some of the medications, but there are also topical approaches now being studied in vaginal rings, which we'll talk about, and immunoprophylaxis, and then strategies to enhance adherence. So there are a lot of new technologies that are being developed. Most of these are still in the research phase, but there's the use of two-way text messaging. You can see here, we can ask people about the sexual risk and pill taking and try to support their PrEP. There have been apps that have been developed to help people remember to take PrEP. There are different tracking devices, something called a wise pill that's most like a cell phone that is a pill monitor that when the pill box is open, it sends a signal to the clinic. So if the pill box isn't being open for a few days, the clinic can know that somebody hasn't been taking the medication. I've been working with a colleague who some of you know, Dr. Steve Safford, who's been developing a counseling intervention that nurses can deliver, and that's available on the CDC website now. There's other kinds of counseling that have been developed in other places. Some people are thinking about checking drug levels. There's a urine test that's been developed for tenofovir that can be used. And then there are other kinds of apps that have been developed for the counseling as well. Because of the pandemic, there's been a big shift towards telemedicine, and there are a number of different studies about teleprep, where we can do the counseling on the phone, and we can even send people kids to test themselves for HIV and STI and send that back, and the kids can even test for tenofovir. So telemedicine is another creative area for increasing PrEP scale. We also have to think that there are multiple different populations that are at risk for HIV. So some of the work that I've been involved in have been developing an intervention for Black heterosexual men at a high level of HIV in the United States. And so something we developed called C4, culturally tailored client-centered care coordination, and that's been helpful for some individuals. And then in the adolescent trials network, there have been interventions that combine behavioral interventions plus both group and individual counseling interventions with the administration of PrEP. As I mentioned, there are a number of different compounds being studied. You can see here so many are in the preclinical phase, there are a number in phase 1, and then a number that are further along. The ones that are furthest along, there's one called the infirmary ring. This has been approved in several African countries. The efficacy has been modest, somewhere between 50 and 59%. Some regulators have not been enthusiastic because when you take oral PrEP on a daily basis consistently, the efficacy is close to 99%, and injectable cabotegravir similarly very high efficacy. But for some women, they don't want injections, they may not want to take pills, and the ring can be inserted once a month, and there are rings that are now being inserted every 3 months. So we should throw out this concept of the ring, but maybe further iteration. Some people are looking at developing this with hormonal contraception as well, so it can be a dual purpose ring. Another compound that's very exciting, that's in multiple studies now for prevention, is lenacapavir. This will also be developed for treatment, and you've probably heard at ASICON about its indications for treatment. But for prevention, there's a lot of attractive features. It can be given subcutaneously as opposed to cabotegravir, which has to be given intramuscularly, and it can be given every 6 months. So what we need to see now is if it is effective, and if it is, this may be an important part of the armamentarium as well as HIV. And then the last new concept in terms of preventive concept are broadly neutralizing monoclonal antibodies. So this is immunoprophylaxis. There were 2 parallel studies called the AMP studies that were published in the New England Journal last year. These are infusions of a monoclonal antibody that was developed from somebody who was a long-term non-progressor who did not become HIV infected after many years of living with the virus. So the thought was that this was an antibody that could be protected against acquiring HIV. The overall study was not protected, but there was a subset of patients who did seem to benefit from this protective profile. And this made people think that maybe the need is for a cocktail of monoclonal antibodies. So maybe there's a need to give somebody 2 or 3 antibodies at the same time. So the early studies looking at combinations of monoclonal antibodies also for prevention. One of the other big challenges, I think, are medical providers. We are part of the problem. Not you at ASICON because you're an HIV specialist, but even among some of the HIV specialists, there are people who don't really feel comfortable giving PrEP. And the big thing about PrEP is that most of the people are healthy, they're not living with HIV, so they may not need to see specialists. So how do we get generalists to be thinking about giving patients medication? Some providers have said, well, risky patients, they're not going to take medication, but actually, in the best case scenario, a risky person, if they're adhering to PrEP, they're not going to become HIV infected. Obviously, there are worst case scenarios. There's some people whose lives are not together and they may engage in risky behavior. And in that case, the person may not be adhering to PrEP, and that can be a problem. That can lead to HIV transmission, could select for resistance. So we have to work with the patients. And if somebody goes on PrEP and they're taking it every single day, but then they have more sex partners, they may be at risk for other sexually transmitted infections, but they're not being at risk for HIV. So we have to match the counseling and prevention messages so that we build patients where they are. And my colleague Doug Cracker coined this term the burping paradox. And that's basically that HIV providers, some of them have said, well, we're not the people to be prescribing PrEP because we only take care of people living with HIV. These are healthy people. They should be seeing primary care providers. But most primary care providers around the world say, I'm not a specialist, and these are medications I don't understand. So we have to work together to learn to really scale up PrEP to make it more widely available to people. I mentioned colleague Doug Cracker, and he looked at a health maintenance organization in the United States called Patriots Health. They had 800,000 patients, and they had about 885 people living with HIV, and only about 250 patients were receiving PrEP. But he developed a risk score, and he found that actually there were probably about close to 8,500 patients who probably had some risk that might make them candidates for PrEP. These were people who had a risk of sexually transmitted infection. They might have been using drugs. So you have to broaden our thinking, and we can use our electronic health records. We can use simple screens as prompts to figure out who would benefit from PrEP. And if we can do that, we can really do a lot better for our patients in general. So one of the analyses we did at Fedway Health was we looked at all male patients during 2012 to 2016, and we looked at the PrEP users and the people who are not using PrEP. And then we said, were they any different with regard to how often they got flu vaccination on an annual basis, being screened for tobacco, being screened about depression, being screened for diabetes, hemoglobin A1C, or glucose testing. And basically, we found that for most of these health parameters, people on PrEP are more likely to have all these other things done. This is not PrEP, but this is primary care. So we like to think about PrEP as a gateway to primary care. So I think one of the messages with primary care doctors is PrEP is part of a larger mix, and if we can get this all right, we're going to be better for our patients in the long run. And so I just want to end with this concept here, which many of you have seen before, which is PrEP is only one part of the puzzle. We need to develop interventions that increase HIV and bacterial STI testing. That's really critical. So once we test people, if they test positive, we want to do positive prevention. We want to link them to care and enroll them in care and get them on medication, get them to be adherent, to be virally suppressed. If they test negative, not everybody needs to go on PrEP, but they should get at least some counseling. And if they go on PrEP, then they need adherence counseling. But in red, you can see that the pills don't take themselves, and we also have to deal with things like depression, substance use relationship dynamics, poverty. These are all challenging issues, but we need to get all those right if we're really going to make a difference in our patients' lives. So with that, I really want to thank you. I'm sorry not to be with you. I hope I'll be able to attend the next ASICON meeting, and I wish you all a wonderful conference and take care.
Dr. Kenneth Mayer, Wi-Fi, hypergain, on-demand PrEP, but he's spoken in length about PrEP persistence. And the main problem that we have in India, our patients don't go on PrEP for a long time. In fact, this data shows that at the end of 1 year, 47% of people have already dropped out from the program. By convention, usually in the previous session, the questions and answers are taken.
Rightfully said, I think that can be a few minutes left so that we can just summarize, giving some inputs. That can be give insightful presentation about the importance of PrEP, which is not just to have and TDF-based regimen, they've gone further ahead, considering cabotegravir, lenacapavir, all these long-acting ART medications, which are supposed to be beneficial. Now, the concern, one of the hurdles which I see when it comes to implementing in India, because the study shows, like what Dad said, almost 48-50% dropout of PrEP continuation. Non-adherent to PrEP, suppose they later become seroconverted and become HIV positive, there is also a concern that there could be primary resistance to tenofovir based regimen, because our regimen is tenofovir TDF is our primary regimen to start off. That's one of the concerns that we have. But however, considering the advantages to provide PrEP for the population who seeks and opts for it, there is no stopping or going back on this. Like what I strongly feel, ASI advocacy should continue focusing on self-testing strategies and also providing PrEP for those who desire selected populations, and at least see what are our challenges in time to come. I think with these words, I would like to thank the organizers for giving this opportunity for sharing this session.
That was definitely an insightful session for all of us. I would like to thank our chairs for their time and patience. I would like to request Dr. Jyoti to hand over the mementos to the chairpersons for this session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Our next session will be on point of care, way forward for testing. I would like to invite our co-chairs for this session, Dr. Tejasvi Divakar and Dr. Rajiv Garaj.
Thank you very much. This post-lunch session, we have three different topics. One is really challenging in our scenario. That is diagnosis of acute HIV infection in primary healthcare setting, and two debatable topics, self-testing, which we have seen that before lunch session, and at the same time, need for before testing in test and treat concept. So I would like to invite Dr. Vanita Gupta from Chandigarh to deliver on diagnosis of viral. Dr. Vanita Gupta, she was Director of Health Services Chandigarh, Division Director HLHM in 2016. She has been closely involved in consultation for framing national strategies plan for HIV/AIDS, a well-known name in HIV/AIDS. She is member of Technical Resource Group of NACO for STI dual RT, like that. So I request her to start with the discussion on diagnosis of acute HIV infection in primary healthcare setting.
Good afternoon, everyone. While I'm waiting for the screen to light up, post-lunch session, but not bad at all. Very good attendance. Goes a long way in saying good things for ASICON. And I'm ever so grateful, very privileged and humbled to be here again, a part of ASICON 14. I'm grateful to Dr. Kilada, Dr. Kumar Sami, and the entire organizing team of ASICON. Pardon for the break. There's a technical glitch. It doesn't matter. We'll go ahead. What I'm just going to talk about is the test that will help us diagnose HIV infection in its acute phases, like our chair has just mentioned. To come closer to our goals of 2030, we need to diagnose the case, catch for treatment, continue treatment. Like this morning, Dr. David Bridger actually gave a very fine presentation, and I'm almost going to piggyback on that. He stressed the need for early diagnosis for various reasons. Those are what that I will mention today. And following me is another presentation on self-test. So we won't talk about self-test. I'll talk about a screening test, which is done for the community. The burden of disease, we all know. We have yet to reach our NACP 5 targets, which are targeting the year 2025-26, where we want that the disease burden, the new infections should come down at least by 80%, and the mortality should come down at least by 80%. We are trying to reach it and still far from the 90-90-90, let alone the 95-95-95. We all know what the glitches are. We know we have our limitations, but still we have done a lot. We have covered a lot of road. We have covered a lot of miles. And now the last mile can be covered by these few new tests that we are talking about today. We know the burdens are there, and that is where we have to reach. We are not today talking about the general population, those people who do not perceive that they have risk, rightly so, or those whom we think do not have risk. We are not talking about those. We are talking about those people who are at high risk, who have multiple sexual partners. We know are high-risk groups. So we are talking about those key populations. And added to those old numbers that we had, to the MSM, to the intravenous drug users, to the sex workers, we have a new group that we consider very important, and that is our adolescents, our school children, our college students, who are equally at risk because of their, their curiosity, their need to experiment, and they want to know about these things. If they are not led in the right direction, they will follow the wrong path. And that is also another very important key point for us. So we have to think about that community that is at risk of getting STIs equatable to HIV. So STI clinics. So now we can see all these colorful bar diagrams are showing us that there is high prevalence in our key populations. So till now, what were we doing? As you know, that the HIV testing can be done by venous blood, by finger prick, and by the oral fluids. So the antibody tests are better done by the blood tests because the level of antibodies are more there. Pardon me, I'll just take a break once again while we get this started. So the three tests that we use are the antibody test, the antigen blood test, and then the fourth generation test that we are talking about, that is the antibody and the antigen blood test. The other types of assays that can use only blood samples are the and of course, our old gold standard, the NAC test. Now, the NAC test is actually the gold standard, but we cannot use it for every patient for various reasons. It is very expensive, it is time consuming, it requires skilled manpower, it requires a skilled laboratory. But that is the test that will give the 100% confirmation because we are going to actually see the genetic structure of the virus there. So, in place of NAT, then we have to go closer to what we can do, and that is to find the antigen, maybe the P24, along with the antibodies, the IgG and the IgM. The HIV testing capabilities till now of course, our first generation and second generation tests are outdated. The first generation tests were using the HIV lysate. First generation tests were antigens from HIV lysates, and they were lacking the sensitivity and the specificity. They are gone now. The second generation used the principles of recombinant proteins and or synthetic peptides. They were little better. Now what we are using are the third generation tests in India. And those tests are, along with the recombinant proteins and synthetic peptides, we also use, it is in an antigen sandwich configuration. And this is giving very fine sensitivity and specificity. The next is the fourth generation. And here we will be identifying, trying to find the P24 antigen as well as the IgG and IgM antibodies. Now, as you know, the HIV infection cycle, till now we were not talking about this earlier stage because we had to start somewhere. At that time, we were talking about the window period, which was 6 weeks to 3 months. And we were trying to catch the patients in that bracket. But today, when we realize that we have done that, we have achieved that. A lot of our people are now coming for those testings. We have to catch those whom we are missing, and not just from the point of view of stopping the transmission of disease, but also from the point of view of helping that person who is infected in managing his life. Because the earlier that this disease is detected, the earlier the treatment is started, the better quality of life that person will have, better longevity of life. So it's a two-pronged, very effective strategy. And as is shown here, the NAT test we do, the HIV RNA we detect right so early. That is what the blood banks are doing. Yeah, but even there, remember that they also cannot detect any patient who is in that incubation period of less than 10 days. So, and then after that, the HIV, the P24 antigen starts rising. The P24 antigen will start rising after about 2 weeks, and it will go on till about 30-35 days. We could try and catch the patient then. And then, of course, the antibodies, which is the seroconversion, is completed around 3 weeks, and there are many cases whom we can pick up with our routine antibody testing also after 3 weeks. This is the same thing that I showed you, is now in a different format, perhaps another way to explain, and you can see very clearly what I was telling you about. You can see here, sorry. So the HIV P24 antigen is right here at 2 weeks. If we use this method, we would be able to catch a lot of patients. And then along with that, this we cannot actually do because it's very difficult, like I told you. Combined with the P24 antigens, we will also use the HIV 1 and 2 antibodies. But if we do this combination, we would be able to catch hold of another sizable population, and especially important because at that time, the transmission is very high. Now, these are what our testing services were doing. The undiagnosed population is tested by various methods, at their doorsteps or at the health facilities. We are doing that in India, we are screening them. The testing, the confirmatory tests are provided in the laboratories. But the screening tests, we have the whole blood finger prick test. Now we are at the verge of starting the dual RBG test. Because remember, today we are talking about HIV from this platform, but STI goes with it. Any person who will have HIV will have STI, and syphilis is our target. It is a global target. The SDG 3 goals tell us that we have to provide services for syphilis, have to treat everyone who has syphilis, have to treat the STIs. So we must, at all points of time, consider that disease also, along with HIV, and just not put us in a closed room and talk only of HIV. That is my appeal to everyone here. Let us also talk about STIs and syphilis at the same time, though it is an AIDS Society of India conference, but still, we are all well aware of that. And then the confirmatory testing and the post-test counseling. So the challenges with the current HIV testing services, we all know what they are. There are many people who are unreached in spite of our best efforts. And those, they are the critical people. There's no need for me to go through all this. You can read it. And the key populations, they continue to be deprived of testing services. And that is why we talk today about all these new things like self-test and the fourth generation test. So that unmet need is there. The figures tell us 63,000 new infections. Every day, 172 people get infected, 42,000 AIDS-related deaths. So what are we going to do? And 22% of PLHIV still don't know their status, and they are spreading the disease. What will be the programmatic implications? Of course, in the early infection, the patient will not know. The doctor will not know because the patient may be asymptomatic or just have a flu-like symptoms. They are not aware that they have had infection, but they jolly well know that they have been exposed to infection. So they may come forward to get tested. At that time, the viral loads are high, the P24 antigen is detectable, the HIV-specific antibodies are undetectable. So our current conventional tests will not work. The risk of transmission is very high. The two reasons why we have to detect them here, I will repeat again. One, to stop transmission. Two, to keep the person healthy. So late diagnosis impedes early effective treatment. And yesterday, to share with you friends, you were not here, all of you, but there was a media conference happening on this status. And our leaders in this conference were there. I can see Dr. Jyoti was there. And the newspaper reporter asked a very pertinent question. That is this conference going to address prevention, right, Doctor? And what were we to say? I mean, see, the public doesn't understand that prevention does not mean just the use of condoms. Prevention does not mean just the use of a vaccine. Prevention very well means the use of timely ART. This is what the general public out there doesn't understand. This is what we have to convey. The earlier we are able to detect the disease, the earlier we start the treatment and adhere to the treatment, that is a very strong prevention. It will stop the transmission there and then. And where is the source? The source is the human being. So until we stop the transmission from that person by this method also, we cannot stop the spread of HIV. So this is what we told the newspaper people yesterday, last evening, and I'm sure then they started to perhaps appreciate what we are talking about. So late diagnosis will also impact early mortality, and there has been this very large cohort study that proved that even though the patient was, when diagnosed, was started on treatment and adhered to treatment, but because he was starting late on treatment, there were early deaths. So we cannot evade mortality if we detect HIV at a later stage when the CD4 counts have already fallen down to such low levels as 250, 200. Transmission risk is very high. The HIV virus in the semen is very high in the earlier days of the infection. And so the chances of transmission are really very high. Acute HIV infection is the critical window for testing. That is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that acute HIV infections, they account for a small but important percentage of new HIV diagnoses. Although we are going to identify only an additional 2% to 10% of patients, but they are an important 2 to 10% of patients because transmission at this stage is more than 50%. I mean, more than 50% of transmissions are by these people. That is why it is so important. As more people with prevalent HIV learn their status, a larger share of those in need of HIV diagnosis will be those with acute HIV. Acute phase HIV detection is therefore becoming increasingly more important. So, identifying individuals with HIV early allows for early treatment, which can reduce transmission and improve patient outcomes. So WHO has recommended the adoption of fourth generation testing algorithm at primary healthcare settings, screening of patients. The algorithm is very similar to what we are at present using as strategy 3 for our asymptomatic cases. It's just that instead of the first test, which is a third generation test, the first A1 will be a fourth generation test, and the rest is almost identical. The A2 and A3 can very well be third generation antibody tests. The only need is that the first test, the first assay, should have the highest sensitivity. And what better sensitivity than this test that we talk about, which will detect for P24 as well as antibody IgG and IgM. The second two tests must have higher specificity. A2 should have higher specificity than A1, and A3 should have even higher specificity. That is how we will confirm in the laboratory the presence of HIV. So to wind up, closer to finishing my presentation now, the fourth generation serology assays that detect both HIV P24 antigen and HIV 1 and 2 antibodies can potentially identify individuals during acute HIV infection. Clinical utility of fourth generation serology assays is highest when used for screening. Some fourth generation serology assays produce test results that indicate whether the specimen is reactive to either HIV P24 or HIV 1 or 2 antibodies. So there are some tests that can differentiate between the two as well. And thus, theoretically, it is possible to identify individuals with acute infection. Just to quote this, Thailand has followed this, and you can see on the outer part of this slide that they have the success story. Should we learn from other successes? Yes, we should. Just the same algorithm which WHO has adopted. And here, friends, I'm not here to sell the fourth generation test, but I'm here just to say we have started to talk about it. Perhaps one day it will emerge. We have resource limitations, I understand, in our country. It is a challenge as of now to even reach the whole blood fingerprint test or the dual RDT test to the population out there. But let's prioritize our population. If you are able to prioritize those people who are having multiple sex or who are having unsafe sex, who know that they are at risk, who want to be tested, let us offer to them the screening with this fourth generation. And that will keep them safe, and that will keep us safe as well. So let's choose that appropriate population for the fourth generation, and perhaps one day our National Public Health Program will also adopt this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, for finishing, although there was some technical glitch finishing in time, and clearly giving us messages that P24 rapid test with high sensitivity is very important for at least for blood bank to start it at the primary care settings. But before that, where we need it at most has to be rolled out very soon. Second, you have already told, Dr. Puri also told that dual test HIV and syphilis testing it should replace all the previous one kits so that at one stage we can diagnose both. So our next speaker is Dr. Kimberly Lee from PATH, Vietnam, and he will be delivering a lecture on self-testing. Can we implement this in India? We have seen the debate in the pre-lunch session also. Dr. Kimberly Lee.
Greetings, my name is Dr. Kimberly Green, and I'm PATH Director for Primary Healthcare, and I'm delighted to be presenting on why self-testing, what we've learned, and implications for scale-up in. In my talk, I'm going to focus on 4 key learnings related to HIV self-testing drawn from evidence and implementation across the world, including through STAR in India. So number one, we know that population preferences matter when it comes to HIV self-testing, delivery, and products. The key features that are so critical are convenience, confidentiality, and choice. These are the reasons why people tend to come forward and seek HIV self-testing versus other HIV testing options. And as we look qualitatively, we can see there's a lot of interest in online platforms, in particular for men who have sex with men, because they feel they're convenient, confidential, but also in other populations, quite a lot of demand for HIV self-testing to the private sector, including through pharmacies, because of this greater sense of anonymity and also convenience. I really love this table that's in the center of the slide because this comes from the US CDC, and here they really feature all the options that are available when it comes to HIV self-testing, including where to seek a HIV self-test, such as online, through a pharmacy, or in a facility, but also the types of products to seek, such as an oral fluid test or a blood-based test. And finally, this pie chart on the slide, this data comes from Vietnam. And here, a question was posed to key populations of where do you want to seek your HIV self-test? And you can see, importantly, there were differences in preferences. 45% that they preferred an online platform, 47% that they wanted to collect a self-test directly at a community-based organization office, and 8% that they wanted a self-test through a peer. Now, as we look at data from the exciting and large-scale STAR study, we see that overall, around 88% of individuals said they would seek an HIV self-test in the future, so that indicates high interest and high acceptability. But it's really interesting to look at the differential of acceptability across these different models, where we see a high interest in returning for a self-test in the future among every single model, really, except for this slightly lower interest from private practitioner models. Now, the second key lesson around self-testing, it's very important, is that self-testing can be very effective at reaching first-time testers. We know because convenience, confidentiality, and choice are important factors for seeking a self-test. But those are, they're often individuals who are not seeking HIV testing through facilities because of concerns related to convenience, as well as confidentiality. And so we've seen in studies all over the world that when self-testing is made available, we see a significant proportion of new testers, people who have never tested for HIV before, which results in new HIV diagnoses, new linkage into treatment, but as well new conversations and linkage into prevention services. So this is some data from 2016 from Vietnam, the first pilot on HIV self-testing. And you can see, although the populations are relatively small outside of men who have sex with men, but in general, there were a very high proportion of new testers who were reached through self-testing. So overall, over half of the population were new to HIV testing overall. And then similarly, as we look at the data from India through STAR, we can see a relatively high proportion again of new testers across all key populations, from a quarter, such as among people who inject drugs and female sex workers, to 43% among men who have sex with men. So this really indicates how critical offering this new option is in reaching populations who are at risk of HIV. And so as we look also at other populations like clients or partners of populations, you can see tremendously high levels of new testers, 68%, extremely high levels, almost 100% among people living with HIV family members, and as well high levels among those referred by private practitioners. So really demonstrates the critical value add of HIV self-testing for the national HIV response in India. Now, the third critical lesson related to the one I just spoke to is that effective linkage to ART and to prevention is possible with HIV self-testing. So this data here comes from that pilot I mentioned in Vietnam, where we tracked linkage from a reactive test to a confirmed diagnosis and to enrollment in treatment. You can see overall a strong cascade all the way through. And this is important because there's been a lot of effort in countries like Vietnam, and I know now in India, to make sure that however somebody self-tests, if they're self-testing online or buying a self-test through a pharmacy, there's a lot of information available about what to do next. And we see that people do take those actions for themselves to get diagnosed and then enroll on treatment. This is also some interesting data that came from a STAR study in sub-Saharan Africa. And here we see there was some interest in tracking what linkage over time would look like for a reactive test into treatment, or self-testing versus the standard of care. So provider-led testing is the standard of care. And you can see that this example specifically from Malawi is that there was quite over time a lot of similarity in the referrals that happened over time between the HIV self-testing approach and the standard of care approach, which I think is very important. So we see similar rates of referral for those who tested reactive and were then enrolled on treatment. And then as we look at the data from India, again, here we can see very high levels of linkage into ICTC for confirmation, and then linkage to ART. So overall linkage into confirmation testing was 88%, and was of that cohort around the same for enrollment in treatment. So the fourth and last key lesson I really want to emphasize is that differentiated models, again, really thinking about what do different segments of the population want when it comes to self-test, and reflecting that. So it's not one size fits all. There's different models that speak to the preferences and needs of different populations. And so we have applied this approach in many parts of the world, but of course, COVID further accelerated our thinking on how to differentiate self-testing and service delivery overall. So for PATH, we've been doing a lot of thinking over a number of years around how to differentiate self-testing. So lots of examples of virtual ordering models where an individual can go online, choose the test they want, and it's delivered to their home. So we have experience across, of course, as you know, the exciting Sahay model in India, but as well as experience in Indonesia, Kenya, and Vietnam. Then, of course, because pharmacies are so important because of what I spoke to before, that convenience, that confidentiality piece, but also important for sustainability and that aspect of the commercial sector in supporting continued access to self-tests. So we have a lot of experience there in DRC, India, Indonesia, Kenya, Uganda, Vietnam. And then, of course, thinking about community-led and secondary distribution, the role of index testing, social network testing, and again, similar experience in those countries that I've highlighted, but as well as looking at facility-based models for self-testing and workplace, and then situating HIV self-testing as part of HIV prevention, and in particular PrEP, and as well as overall as part of self-care options. And so these are just very rapidly some examples from around the world for PATH. So the work we've been doing in Ukraine, in DRC, Uganda, Vietnam, and in Kenya, that really exemplify these different approaches. And these case studies are included in the document that's in the center of the slide here, which talks about considerations for HIV self-testing in the context of COVID-19. But in reality, the approaches that are described are applicable today, as we are in post-lockdown from COVID, but where COVID still exists, where there are still other health threats, and where the focus is really on making self-testing as convenient as it can be. So in India, we really took the learning from these other geographies and focused on understanding from the very strong advisory board committee from the community on what would make sense for HIV self-testing models. And so really had a very strong community-based model for distribution, led by key populations, through clients and partners, and also partners of people living with HIV. But also a really exciting workplace model that was led by the ILO. We partnered with private practitioners with physician-led models, as well as working with community pharmacies, and then the virtual models, the HAE. So all of these were reported as very acceptable in context. So now let's turn to, is there a role for HIV self-testing and self-testing overall in India? Well, we've seen significant changes over time. So from 2016 to 2022, or in reality to 2023, there are significant differences. So first of all, back in 2016, there was some apprehension about HIV self-testing. It was new. There was lack of clarity around some of the evidence that was in the guidelines from WHO, but still wasn't widespread in its use. Now, there were also, because of that, there was very limited user experience in India in self-testing, to know about the products or how to use them. The regulatory pathways were also not well established for self-testing, and there was an absence of in-country evidence as well, and no hands-on experience in distributing test kits for self-testing. So fast forward to now, and I think what's really important is the context of what's happened in between 2016 and now also includes, of course, COVID-19 and widespread adoption of self-testing for COVID-19, and a lot of experience now in the community and many different segments of communities in India with testing themselves for COVID-19 and really understanding this concept of screening first and then making decisions about your life and next steps to take depending on your results. All right, so we see now significant hands-on experience and confidence among communities in HIV self-testing broadly related to COVID self-testing. High-risk individuals are those who can benefit from self-test. In at least 50 districts and 14 states have experience in self-testing. There are 7 self-test kits that are in the pipeline to obtain a license, which is so exciting. There's also generation of a nationally representative sample through STAR, and there's more than 20 developmental partners who have experience implementing self-testing together with 250 NGOs, community-based organizations, and such a seismic shift in terms of experience and evidence for self-testing now in India. And so as part of that, I really wanted to feature this brilliant article that just came out from WHO titled HIV Self-Testing to Take Off in India, Findings from the STAR Initiative. And with this wonderful quote from the inspirational Dr. Shalini Rajan, the Deputy Director General from NACO, who speaks to the pivotal role that NACO played in steering and guiding the STAR Initiative so that it generated the evidence that would be required to establish guidelines on self-testing moving forward. So now some important considerations and really thinking about the way forward for implementation of self-testing in India. So first of all, of course, ensuring and facilitating the availability of approved HIV self-tests in the country is foundational. And that involves establishing those clear regulatory pathways for the registration of self-test kits, which will be helpful not just for HIV, but for future self-test kits for other disease areas like hepatitis C or syphilis. And also the inclusion of multiple institutions for validation of the kits. So these can be done in a more rapid way. Secondly, and very important, is the development of HIV self-testing policy and guidelines to really draw from those learnings from the STAR study and take them forward into normative practice so that people need to benefit from a self-test can on an ongoing basis. Third is continuing to advance and adapt on the different distribution models, including exploring secondary distribution like index testing and social network testing. As well, preparing a package of self-testing and self-care for preventative services that are inclusive of HIV self-testing. So really thinking more comprehensive around self-care as part of a primary healthcare strategy to increase access to a range of products and services that people need in the community. So this can include hepatitis C self-testing, and we're very excited in partnership with Unitaid and with the Ministry of Health in India to be moving forward on a study to look at acceptability of hepatitis C self-testing. So once those products advance, that would be a wonderful opportunity for co-packaging bundling with HIV self-test kits. Also, of course, looking about connecting HIV and hepatitis C self-test kits, COVID-19 self-test kits, and then thinking about other healthcare commodities, of course, condoms and needles and syringes and others, family planning, and then prevention services like PrEP. The WHO guidelines state that HIV self-testing can be used as ongoing monitoring for PrEP users. So that's really exciting other use of self-testing to make PrEP more feasible and convenient. And so with that, a huge gratitude to all of the stakeholders who were part of the STAR project, in particular NACO, for all of the leadership, guidance, and wisdom, but also, of course, to WHO, who's been a wonderful thought partner, to PSI, who are prime on the Unitaid funded STAR project, and to all of our other partners, as you can see here, including ILO, SATI, Mustafar Trust, who were the PIs on the study and who were exceptional to work with. Big thank you to the Mustafar team, to CDC, our very close collaborators, and PEPFAR in general, and all of the other partners that you see on the slide. Last, my thank you to Dr. Galada and to the AIDS Society of India for inviting me to be a part of this conference. Thank you so much.
I think this was nice. Online presentation was recorded, so I don't think there will be an answer on this. After we finish our last presentation, session, we have with us on this important topic of CD4 test and treat data and what is the need of CD4, the most versatile activist, orator, clinician, and say researcher, Dr. Vishwas Gulada is there to present need for CD4 test and treatment.
So when we're talking about HIV management, since beginning, tests were very important. CD4, CD8, or CD4, CD3, and viral load. And they have been up and down for several reasons. When the test and treat mandate has come, then a lot of people thought, what is the need of doing CD4? And when, as a clinician, we come across patients, we find also been difficulty and for several reasons. So my next 15-20 minutes is on this role of CD4 and test and treat data. No potential conflict of interest. Here we are on a fact-finding mission on CD4 monitoring based on evolving HIV science for last 4 decades in my 37 years of humble experience in managing HIV/AIDS patients. Would like to cover some of the issues which are the part of my outline. So, what is the natural cause? And all of you know, I don't have to teach you anything on this. I'll tell you around this. And there has been a graph where perpetually CD4 keep on going down, viral load keep on going up. They cross at each other at one place. And when CD4 start going down at a particular threshold, we start getting opportunistic infections. And these are the opportunistic infections which come. And most of them are when the CD4 count goes below 200. Above 200, they can be in HIV positive people, in HIV negative people, and CD4 doesn't make any dent on them. And what we have seen over the years, when HIV has become a chronic manageable disease, this slide is of 2012. where it was a little bit short of a natural course of a human being. When they are born, how many years they live, and with HIV, how many years they will live. So there's a shortfall of about 8 years or so. Currently, there is no shortfall. People with HIV, they live as much as any HIV negative person. And my observation is that HIV positive person with good follow-up, they live better life and probably little longer life than HIV negative. With the COVID, we are seeing several of the patients among the HIV positive patients, relatively they died. They fall sick, but for HIV patients, people are doing very well. Then we talk about CD4 immunology. All of us know that the entire thing is happening in a person which is infected with HIV. It is a CD4 level. So on day 0, the virus may get 2011, but within 0 to 2 days, our CD4 cell, dendritic cells get the virus and bring it to lymph node. And then it starts multiplying in lymph node. In 4 to 11 days, it goes to blood, in all parts of the blood. And after 11 days, it is in entire viscera of the body. So everywhere it is there. What I would like to pitch for CD4 is that you look at HIV life cycle. Whether it is binding and fusion, reverse transcription, integration, replication, transcription and translation, budding, assembly, and maturation. The entire battlefield of HIV life cycle is CD4. And when the entire battlefield is there, we'd like to discard that test. I think that would be too much. So when we talk about lab monitoring, these are the tests which are prescribed for a long time. And CD4 has been always there in 3 to 6 months, or you can do up to 1 year also. But that test has been at number 2. Suddenly from number 2 position, you just want to discard, it will be difficult. So just graphically to show that CD4, we are seeing patients with 1 also rising to 500, 700. But more and less, a lot of people will come there between 200 to 499 or 500. And then when they start going down, without doing the CD4, we will not know at what level they are. In CD4 testing, we are seeing evolution. Initially, it was a biomic apparatus. So you were looking at the microscope and counting. Then came ELISA. Then came immunophenotypic assay, flow cytometry, that became very popular. And now we have point of care assay. So this is the total flow right from 1986 or so till now. And there are so many equipments, instruments, and smaller instruments also. So when we compare CD4 point of care test and other CD4 tests, it is somewhere between 3 minutes to 80 minutes. So you require CD4 a particular method, you can get in 3 to 8 minutes also. Now, why CD4 is important in follow-up of a virally suppressed patient? Because when we talk about patient virally suppressed, why should you do? CD4 count drops during concurrent and intercurrent infections or conditions, and viral load remains unchanged. We are seeing patient viral load is unchanged, suppressed, target not detected or below detectable level. Sometimes CD4 count drops even below 200. And as I told, below 200, there are a lot of infections coming. Below 100, below 50, then you get cryptococcal meningitis, particular microbial infection, PCP. So how do you know if the patient has gone below 200? In such situation, voice can step in. Without doing CD4, the physician will remain clueless. Immunosenescence, even without any kind of intercurrent concurrent infections, after some particular day, there is immunosenescence and CD4 start falling or it is not going up. So cells are not made. And where CD4 remains low despite viral suppression. So how do we evaluate and when do we start ART? This has been graphically shown by everybody for last 10, 12 years. What has happened after 21 is you test and treat everybody, and in that only change has been an acute infection or advanced HIV disease. Those infections were also to be incorporated. So when you look at, initially it was prevention is the only treatment, now treatment is prevention. Then CD4 was important as viral load was expensive. But we ourselves as a physician told people that you cannot afford viral load, at least do CD4. If you cannot afford CD4, at least absolutely lipocyte. And now treat all and monitor viral load. So we ourselves cannot be changing our tone every now and then. Then it came undetectable is equal to untransmittable. So undetectable becomes untransmittable, but undetectable can be still symptomatic. And symptoms cannot be can be due to low CD4. So even in undetectable person, we need to look at CD4 because of symptom and some disease conditions. And what are the challenges? Is the issue affordability or technical? Now, who said we cannot afford CD4? So basically, no one has said we ourselves would like to struggle around whether this is important, that is important, you take this out. But WHO thought so initially. Did any national AIDS program said they cannot do CD4 value? I never heard our NATO saying that we do not do CD4. How much India has and any country has spent on COVID RT-PCR? And how much badly they are spending now? So financial capacity is not the issue. For COVID RT-PCR, India expanded from 10 labs at the beginning of the pandemic, when Dr. Goel was at the head of affairs that time. Only 10 labs. It is expanded to 10,000 plus labs, and it is done everywhere. Point of care, simple techniques available across the globe. So I don't think affordability or technicality both are the issues. Now, what do patients expect? If patient come to us, they want low cost. They don't want to pay more. They want single tablet regimen, which they are able to provide. They want less adverse drug effect. A lot of combinations are less adverse effect. No food restriction, good survival, smaller size of the pill. They should palatable. Some people come say, tablet is so big, I cannot swallow. So I tell them, swallow the tablet and eat banana. Banana will push it in. No physiological, pathological restriction should be there. Then they said, no new conditions should be there. No new disease should come. I have come to you to get rid of a disease. Why I want another disease? And maintain a good immunity. So everybody will say maintain good immunity. And last 3 years, we have been talking only immunity and immunity. What do physicians expect? Give better survival to patients. So patients bring other patients. So I'm not talking about patients in physicians in ART program. They want less and less patients because they want to work less. But as physicians in private practice, we glad to see that patient should bring another patient. In any case, they do not want to lose their current patients. No emergencies from patient management. So while managing patient, you don't want other emergencies. You want to have peaceful thing. We had enough of peaceless sleeps earlier. Less adverse drug effect. Newer molecules and combos all the time. And our pharma companies are obliging to us. To be consistent in approach. You cannot go hot and go cold in different seasons. You say, oh, now CD4 is not important. It is very difficult. People also Google and say that it is important. And with minimal turnaround time. We don't want to have patient waiting for longer time also. So sometimes when you are doing CD4 and viral load, CD4 reports are quick, viral load takes longer time. So at least you are able to point them something. Easy diagnosing and monitoring comorbidities as well. So as a physician of HIV, you are not only managing HIV, you are managing the whole body. You are not talking about spare parts of the body. Ease in diagnosing, monitoring, and comorbidity as well as with co-medications. There are a lot of patients which are growing with HIV, are 25, 30, 35 years. Now they are aged. So you are also monitoring co-medication, comorbidities. And mechanism of age-related monitoring has to be there, which is not imbibed into HIV practice till now. And key issues with the heart and monitoring are what to start, management of adverse effect, co-infection, wise, convincing patient to take ART despite good health. Until now, a lot of people don't want to take medicine. Even if you said test and treat, no, I don't want to take. So we keep on calling them after some time. Cost issues and justification, long-term sustainability, supply chain management, WHO guideline and donor preferences. So a lot of things in practice, private practice cannot follow, but they are imbibed on because of WHO guideline or donor preference. Some donors think that no, this is important because in India, at least 100% programs are not run by donors. In African countries, all the programs are run by donors. So donors will say, no CD4 important. Somebody beggars are not choosers, so they will care whatever they say, they will do it. Aging and comorbidities and robust response, but without adverse events. So we want also robust response, but without adverse events. So when we want to reposition CD4, if we don't want to do CD4 always, every time, every 3 or 6 months, then. And there are list of which I have written, where it is must. Advanced HIV disease, which I have explained in another slide. CD4 biological discordance, that viral load is falling, but CD4 is not going up, but it's still falling. Immunity and immunological failure, immunosenescence, opportunistic infection despite being on ART, malaria, dengue, and other concomitant acute infections, malignancies, because if people are aging, the age-related malignancies will also come. Advancing age, comorbidities, concomitant medication, HIV2 and HIV1 and 2. where viral load is sometimes HIV to viral load are very expensive. It is not done routinely, not in the program also. HIV 1+2. Again, it is a baffling, but we don't know which one of is more active. And without looking at CD4, we cannot make out whether medicine is properly working or not. Starting ART at low CD4, IRIS, we know that despite excellent treatment, they land up into IRIS, including IRIS CD4 goes down. Treatment interruptions, despite whatever counseling you have done, people come with the interruption. And in COVID, we have seen much more interruption. COVID-19 and long-COVID, delivery, surgery, dialysis procedures. A lot of doctors say, what is the CD4 and what is the viral load? You say, no, as per WHO guideline, we don't know CD4. Nobody listens. And in immigration, MSS, in Canada or in some countries, they want a certificate from a doctor who said that CD4 count is more than 500. So without doing CD4, how do you know? Insurance and Medicare, they started and they started asking this also. And now, IRDA, which is the Insurance Regulatory Authority of India, they are emphasizing on the insurance companies, you cannot deny Mediclaim or insurance to HIV positive people. But they put in a clause, what is the CD4 level, what is viral load level. So, where WHO monitoring is must, this advanced HIV disease is there, they have categorized tuberculosis, zestoplasmosis, cryptococcal meningitis, HIV associated conditions, then it is important, they come in the guideline. And in advanced HIV disease, is a significant proportion of patients continue to be with advanced HIV disease. So I will show you this slide. It shows that how many people coming during advanced disease for HIV treatment. People starting ART with ASD have high mortality, particularly in first 6 months of ART. Major causes of death during co-infections are tuberculosis, severe bacterial infection, and cryptococcal meningitis. WHO guidelines, individual recommendations for diagnosis and prophylaxis and treatment are there, and we can follow them for the particular condition. Recent studies have asserted the potential for enhanced package of interventions to reduce mortality and morbidity. So, if you look at advanced HIV disease and WHO definition for adults and adolescents and children more than 5 years, ASD is defined as CD4 count less than 200. Now, without doing CD4 count, how will you know that? So, it includes both ART-naive individuals and those who interrupt treatment and return. So, even patient interrupted treatment coming back is considered for that session that is a HIV-naive patient. And all children below the age of 5 with HIV are considered advanced HIV disease. So, without doing CD4, we will not know this. And components of package of care also, if you find at several places CD4 has been any, but at many places it is also shown that less than 100, equal to 100, between 200, 200. And when we see starting ART at low CD4, whether you talk about male or female, whether you talk about high income country or low income country, high income countries are shown as red line, and you will find that in 2015, 37% of the people starting ART did so at CD4 count less than 200. So you expect more IVs. So in treatment failure, we always have been shown that is a clinical failure, immunological failure, biological failure. You have taken out CD4. So after clinical failure comes last. Biological failure because of some reason is not done. How do you know if the person is going to play clinical? So in between that line has to be also looked after. And then in untreated HIV patient, there are some issues which will lead the person to immunosenescence. So in that immunosenescence and clinical disease, again CD4 comes in handy or important to decide. Now I'm giving you an example of 4 of my patients. So you can see in patient number 2, CD4 count was 6, went to 24, 44, 87, 112. Viral load became undetectable, but CD4 was still 112. You can see the first slide. Again, the CD4 was almost 120, 120, 127, 133. Only once it went to around 270, again started falling. How will you know without doing that? And similarly in other 2 patients. So even at CD4 561, the patient can go to 140, 148. Then IRIS, 11 to 45% of the patients, typically within 60 days of initiating ART, they come with IRIS. Predictors of IRIS are low baseline CD4 when you start treatment. Timing of ART, which ARTs are used. Dolutegravir-based regimen, they are more robust and they have more chance of getting IRIS if you are starting at low CD4. Which ARTs are used? Line of treatment, and NSAID and steroid. So when we have a goal of therapy is always making viral load undetected. And we try to achieve that. And with the good medication, we are able to attain there and maintain there. So detection level also kept on changing. It was 2000, then 1000, then 400, then 14, 34, 20. So if those levels also kept on changing, because the patient were maintaining below that level, and also maintain good immunity level. That is also our goal. We cannot say that patient immunity can be bad. Now what has happened? We went through a TLD wave. This TLD wave, where every guideline, international, national, European, Indian, you take anything, go to the government is very important. So in TLD, we have deep focus on lots of issues, including CD4. And it is akin to COVID wave causing collateral damage. So we focus on COVID, we ended up with a lot of collateral damage. And now diabetes monitoring is superseding CD4. So most of the time we want to see HbA1c, sugar level, because almost 25% of patients are getting dysregulation sugar level. How can CD4 get away from this? And aging and comorbidities, as I told already, a lot of people are getting old and a lot of age-related issues will come. A lot of other comorbidities, they will come and they will impact CD4. So I'm just listing a couple of them for one of time. So what happened in COVID was immunosenescence, predisposing this factor for the development of COVID-19, aging, type 2 diabetes, obesity, predisposing factors were there for COVID-19. The hyperinflammatory state in severe COVID-19 patients was then seen, characterized by sustained raised level of pro-inflammatory cytokines such as interleukin-6, expansion of inflammatory monocytes and T cells, dysregulated bilateral responses, functional exhaustion of lymphocytes and impaired innate functioning. So now you just see some of the COVID patients, and when the latest ones are in the red, and you can see the CD4 count from even 1300, 1400 came to below, 700, 900 came to 530, and in some cases we can see that it has come to 193 from 288. So without doing CD4, would not have known that there we needed some kind of intervention or finding out what are the other conditions where CD4 is going down. Lymphocyte subset counts in COVID-19 patients and a meta-analysis has shown that in all such patients which are having low infections of HIV and COVID, the CD4 went down. And this was one of the study done with the support of a agency, and it was a multi-center, multi-country study, and there also we found that if there was a kind of key populations had a lot of problems, a lot of tests were not done, the CD4 went down, they could not follow up properly. So under this situation, the take-home message is what we can assure. Once virally suppressed and with a good immunity, is full life equal to or probably more than life expectancy at birth, because you are always monitored by a physician for all your parts of body. No HIV-related hospitalizations, no HIV transmission, can marry both positive and positive negative. Though we want and propagating positive marriages, in last 2-3 years, there are more positive and negative marriages are happening with understanding, with consent. Can have baby without that too HIV uninfected, and can lead a perfectly healthy life as good as or even better than non-infected patients. But for this CD4 monitoring, at least annually is crucial. CD4 assays are still very relevant, can't be written off. HIV, comorbidities, acute infection, ASD, malignancies, and CD4-19 have a negative impact on CD4, warrants periodic CD4 monitoring. Moderate to severe COVID-19 shows significant CD4 drops that leads to increased risk of complications. COVID immunity is both B cell and T cell mediated. Fast concern can be looked into by buyers and sellers. We should not come in picture. CD4 monitoring at least annually is must. So I would like to thank you, because we always say what is written in our Mumbai airport. We are Indian at heart and global in spirit. And we always remain that. We always try to suggest something which can be replicated elsewhere. Or I would like to thank my patients who have been a great source of inspiration. A lot of time for patients from 1990 to come, and they are still alive and they are speaking. So they're 25 years without clinic and we start the care. HIV clinical, sorry, slide came from somewhere. WHO, UNAIDS, CCO, but they wanted me to talk about that. Several scientists and clinicians with whom I interact. And all of you for your presence post lunch without losing. I could see a couple of them losing, but not me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very strong advocacy of CD4.
These are no budget constraint in Singapore.
Any question?
So I haven't done a CD4 plan in any of my patients for the last 10 years. So am I losing out on something? And what we seriously talk about the only situation where I have done a CD4 plan on my patients are those who are image controllers. That's the only situation, as far as I remember, where I have done a CD4 plan. My question is, okay, you've done a CD4 plan, you found a drop in the CD4 plan, then what?
Say your first question, you have not done CD4 for several years. Yeah. So you will not.
I'll give you my reasons why. We were under cost-saving pressures. So they said to us, give up something, we give you something. We audited our practice. I was one of the, we had a team of 6 consultants, and I hadn't been doing it because I couldn't find the relevance. I couldn't really see why I was doing it when viral load had been offered to us about 15, 16, 17 years ago. So they said, do something, we give you this. And we looked and we said, okay, fine, let's all drop the CD4 and let's get what we have. So my Puri, I was saying, agree to give up your CD4 count and Dr. Puri will give you free HIV ST test. That's my equation.
You see,
Give some, lose some.
Fortunately, neither one in trade business nor we are in a share market. That this will impact the share market. No, we are not.
Life is a trade-off.
First thing, first thing I will tell you, sometimes without doing CD4, you get anecdotal good results. There are some patients who have dropped out of the treatment for 10 years, they come after 10 years, they're still healthy, but we cannot say that patient can be away for 10 years. So there are patients who come with a CD4 count 1 and we used to think that the person will die tomorrow. They didn't die. There are patients who come with a tooth-throat viral load. They didn't. So something happening inside, we also don't know. But what I would like to say, whenever there is a budget constraint with the patient, they come, sir, we a test. So we alternatively do one time CD4, one time viral load, we do this subjects. Or if they don't want to do, at least we see CBC. In CBC, we get some clue. We will not get complete clue. So in CBC, if leukocyte count is good, we consider CD4 to be good. But totally writing off so many conditions, I have listed at least 15 of them. How will you know what is happening in the human being? You may do after 1 year rather than 3 months or 6 months. You may do after 2 years, but somewhere you have to do during concurrent internal condition. Suddenly, there are patients got dengue fever, good CD4 count initially, and come to oral thrush. And then we do CD4 150, 110. And it happens within just 2 weeks, 1 week's time. So I think there are issues we need to look into. We should not say you do or you don't do. There can be always a middle path, and anecdotes will not make laws or rules.
I go back to my undergrad days when I was told this. Why are you doing this test? What is this test going to add to your diagnosis or to your management? Okay, because we live in a resourceful setting. We continue to live in for another decade.
Because Jyoti, in your undergraduate days, there was no HIV.
I'm not talking about HIV. Any test, they would say to me, give me a reason why you've done this test. Obviously, I was educated, in Kashmir. I wasn't educated somewhere. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you haven't convinced me as to why I should go scrap my practice and offer a CD4 count to my patient. That's all I'm trying to say.
That makes my day. that this issue is not going to die down, I would convince the next organizing committee to keep a debate on whether CD4 should be done or not, me and you, if they accept the proposition, and then it will go on from there.
Very relevant topic you covered. Actually, day-to-day practice, we all are seeing this issue of civil code, rightly saying 10 years not done it. And actually, she asked the question. The question which comes to mind is when there are a lot of patients who are virally suppressed, but their CD4 is fluctuating, it just doesn't pick up. It is 150, 200, it's just there. And so the patient is asking you, now what else you have to offer me? So that is the question. What do we offer them? The CD4 is like 210 and the virally patient is suppressed. So what do I offer him and what do I counsel? That's the only question.
You see, when CD4 is in a good shape, you don't have to offer it just tell that because of possibly something happened to you, flu, something, it may have gone down, up. But when it is below 200, your pertinent reply will be that you need to take metronidazole prophylaxis. Because you may land up, despite having a good viral load, you may land up with some problem. We don't know.
We don't do a test for a patient satisfaction. It took me years to get the patient out of that habit. They would ask me every time, what is my CD4? I said, I haven't done it. What do you mean you haven't done it? I don't do it.
Okay, that's the reason I said in the beginning. We need to see that patient brings another patient. We need to see patient individually.
So I'm not doing a
If you're just coming to give talk your mind, you say, no, it is not important.
I think we can put another debate in some other session.
Yeah, tomorrow probably we'll have some proper, then we can keep a debate. I just want to get into the argument, but I'm just giving behind the concept. The job of the antiretroviral drug is to bring down or annihilate the virus. Now, I'm also, and I want practicing physician. We want to be on top of the game. We want to ensure that, like we said, we are not taken by any surprise. It is a comfort zone for us to know the CD4 count at least one. Maybe at the initiation, maybe at the end of 1 year, and once a year, all depends on cost. I do agree with the question when development is that studying the question and understanding the test, you don't choose an investigation if it is not going to change the outcome of the test. I fully agree with that. But remember, we are out there in the desert. We are out there facing the patient. And it's not also on cost. It is not that expensive. It gives me a comfort zone. Now, as a general physician, if I'm teaching I'm teaching somebody with hypertension, I'm taking for 5 seconds in a 24-hour period and saying the blood pressure is normal. But what is the gold standard? Checking the intima level, intima thickness of the carotid. What is the gold standard for the analysis? Comfort zone. So therefore, I get right off from my practice. So with regard to the other question, other speaker, I have just one point, health testing. Is she on the line? But somebody help me answer this. They have 4,000, 5,000 patients for whom health testing was done. And 254 turned out to be positive. I understand 254 can get into the ARC intake system. But what happens to the 4,500 minus 250? 4,200. We have what is called the Buddha effect in medicine. I am a smoker. I will continue to smoke, but doctor please check my lungs for cancer. Please check my heart for what is heart disease. The picture is normal. The treadmill is normal. Liver functions are normal. Buddha effect. I continue to drink more. I smoke more until they have the same problem.
No, I think that's a very important that if you look into the CD4, we also use CD4 for indication of starting primary, secondary prophylaxis, as well as stopping primary and secondary prophylaxis. Be it PCP, potranozole, be it treatment with fluconazole or tetraconazole, mix of we need to have, or at least for some patients, absolute CD4 value to treat them
Again, when I have the prerogative, we will ask. Like to ask CD4 question, agree, we all have the issue. If cost is permitting, it should be done. I feel that it is very good monitoring system, as doctor has said that if our viral load is suppressed less than 20, less than 40 target not detected, and CD4 is 75. There are patients with that. We have to give some prophylaxis to prevent them from further infection. So if that patient is not equally good as CD4 500 with viral load suppressed. Both are different patients. And in one patient, if we are not knowing the CD4 count, both have viral load suppressed. One is having CD4 75, one is having CD4 500. Lots of different long-term management. If something happens to that patient, doctor is to blame and patient preparation dialogue is here we have to do. Thank you.
I have a question on the same issue. What we have seen and what I have come to see that patients whose long-term biologically well-situated, like you said, intercurrent illness will completely drop glucose very significant, below 200, transient. Are those patients at higher risk for opportunity infection compared to biologically well-situated patients without significant? Because we have not seen who for a few weeks, maybe 3 months, the viral CD4 comes down. We do not get the ECP prophylaxis. If they had dengue and their CD4 drop, CD4 500 is dropped to 200, and we know that it will recover back to 300, 400, 500. Do they require protonoxidil prophylaxis? Is the incidence of opportunistic infections in these subset of patients long-term biologically suppressed but transiently low CD4 or persistently low CD4?
See, we as clinicians, we go by evidence-based medicine. The guidelines are made, and if guidelines say that below 200 you should give prophylaxis, whether it is a treatment-naive patient, it is on treatment, whether viral suppression, you need to do. Sometimes patient comes on their own and they are late presenter and the CD4 count is certain, but they didn't get any oral thrush, they didn't get any PCV, they didn't die. It doesn't mean that all of the patients will survive in that kind of situation. So we as a clinician, we are not able to compare each and every year. A lot of people, multi-century, multi-country trials are done. They have come to a conclusion 200, and we should abide by that. If we want to contest, then we should contest whether 200 or 250 or 150. But yeah, so basically we should keep on monitoring. If there is some problem when CD4 has gone down for any reason, we have seen at least patients with virally suppressed growth thrush, virally suppressed other problems. We have seen that. So we should not be caught hundreds. And sometimes also virally suppressed and suddenly patients on breathlessness. We provide 8 or 10 tablets of protocols for TDS. And patient recalls. We know that we have gone through that. As a clinician, without even doing CT scan, etc., we still treat. So in that situation, I think we need CD4. We cannot do this.
I think nowadays guidelines also say that if 2 viral loads are not detectable, then we can stop prophylaxis. Irrespective of
that question should go to viral load production tomorrow.
The guidelines now say.
Thank you very much. Very interesting interactive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, to the chair for the session. I would like to kindly call Mr. Vanita Gupta for a token of appreciation. Request Dr. Kindly give the token of appreciation to us, Chair Dr. Tejas.
It's a silver.
Moving on to the next session for the day, HIV and TB, I would like to call the co-chairs, Dr. Prakash Bora, Dr. Prasavraj Sanchin.
Dear friends, now we are going ahead with a very important session in your week. We are always faced with this dilemma when to start anti-infections, when to start ART, how do we manage both the infections effectively, and we need to know about the drug interactions between the ART and the anti-infections. There are a lot of new things which have come up, new drugs, new diagnostics, and we will go ahead with this session. The first speaker is Dr. Dheeraj Saman, who will be talking on HIV and TB changing scenario.
Good afternoon, esteemed audience, delegates, and dignitaries present here. I'm here to represent the DDGTP, Dr. R.P. Joshi, who was unfortunately unable to hear because of the preparations of World Youth Day. We are having the Prime Minister coming for the World Youth Day, and there's a lot of going around preparations for that, and hence I had to come in, even he was not ready for the, busy for the virtual session also. Yeah. So going ahead, I would like to sorry for the flashes. So going ahead, I would like to discuss this presentation. Firstly, the global scenario and trends and development in India, policy on the collaborative activities and updates and framework in India, as well as the way forward. So this will be the brief parts in the slide. And looking at the burden, PLHIV constitutes 6.7% of incident TB cases, and the proportion is steadily declining. This is a silver line to the cloud. And in the graph, we can clearly see that there is a decrease in the TB deaths in HIV positive people. So this snapshot from the global TB report showing the mortality trend and the incidence trends. So within the country, we can see that the scenario is much better compared to the global scenario. HIV positive TB incidence is 54,000. But the program is able to notify around 37,000 odd cases, and there is an existing gap which is to be bridged. So our main efforts are to bridge the gap and find out these cases so that we'll be able to attain the goal for MTB even in the HIV positive population. So coming to the WHO policy on collaborative TB HIV activities. So the same policy has been the guiding force even for the current framework of TB HIV collaborative activities within the country. So currently the activities which are happening is mainly across further strengthening the collaborations, and then going forward towards newer regimens in TB preventive therapy, uh, etc. So establishing and strengthening the mechanism for delivering integrated TB HIV services. Number 3 I's for HIV TB, reducing burden of HIV in the presumptive as well as the diagnostic. So coming to the UNHLM targets, based on the UNHLM targets, TPT, providing TPT was one of the important targets, and among PLHIV population, it was 6 million. The whole population for TPT, it was estimated, given that 30 million people should be covered with TPT globally by 2022. And this goal among TB HIV was quite well achieved, with 10.3 million people already covered by TPT by 2021. GPT, around 2.8 million people were given in 2021 alone. And coverage of HIV testing among people diagnosed with TB in 2021 is 76% globally, but in the country, the number is much higher, it's around 96%. The coverage of ART for PLHIV newly diagnosed with TB is 89%, and it's globally, and in India, it's 94%. So HIV TB collaborative framework in India. So as I stressed before, the main work is mainly strengthening the collaborations, and then conducting joint supervision, monitoring, and review missions, and then conducting joint training activities to ensure that whatever doubts or confusions there for initiation of ERT in the TB HIV population, they all can be mitigated in the standard recording and reporting formats to see that there is good integration between the HIV and TB reporting formats to see there is no loss in the data, and then we have real-time data for monitoring. So the 3I strategy, everybody knows that is intensified case finding, initiation of TPT, and infection control in the healthcare settings. So these are the basic updates over the years since the framework was constituted. So national-wide coverage of intensified package started in 2012, and the framework was revised in 2013. And the rollout of daily regimen in 2015 in the ART centers. Then in 2016, there was expansion of single window services, and IPT services were launched across all ART centers. 20 high priority TB HIV districts identified under the property. In 2017, there was linkage of the ICTC facilities with the NAT machines. In 2016, the whole country was expanded with NAT services. And to this day, we see that there are almost 96% of the facilities have both HIV and TB detection services together. That's the integrated services, be it FICTC, ICTC, whatsoever. So the all high priority TB HIV districts will be covered in TB HIV case finding activities since July 28, 2017. And the guidelines for TB interventions in targeted intervention and link worker scheme, this was initiated in 2018. And there were a few policy changes on HIV testing of all presumptive TB patients, like PITC, what we call. So all presumptive patient TB patients were also supposed to be tested for HIV. And as I said before, we have almost 96% of all TB patients who are being tested for HIV. And in 2021, we had the update in ART among the TB HIV co-infected adults, moving over from the previous regime. So the TB comorbidities, there were the previously there was this NTCC, National Comorbidity Committee, between the TB department and the NACO department. But over the years, there was a need felt that we have to integrate various committees which were there within the health division. So all the committees were constituted together as a National TB Comorbidity Committee, where there is a representation from NECP, the National NPCDCS, the NTCP, IDSP, MCH, and even at the ground, if we go towards the ground level, we have the Health and Wellness Center staff also involved in these committees. So at the national level, we see that all these bodies come together at least once in a year to discuss about the way forward and what are the actions to be taken with respect to the coordination and if there is any challenges that are to be worked for. So it is seen here, HIV infection is much lesser contributor to TB compared to many other factors. But in the global level, after undernourishment, HIV is the leading factor. In India, HIV is the fifth leading factor or fifth highest group for causage of TB. So the case cascade at the ART centers in 2022, PLHIV listing ART in the month footfall, it can be seen here, it's around 10 lakh and 68 is 1 crore 6 lakh and 80,000. And PLHIV who underwent screening, almost 97% were screened. PLHIV presumptive TB diagnosis. So almost PLHIV presumptive TB diagnosis. So 5% of them were diagnosis were sent for presumptive diagnosis after the initial screening, and PLHIV presumptive TB referred for testing. So it was seen as 86%. So here in the PLHIV presumptive TB tested for TB, almost all of them were tested, and then PLHIV diagnosed as having TB out of tested were just nearly 7% out of them. PLHIV microbiologically confirmed out of the whole tested, there were 56% who were microbiologically confirmed. We see that there is a national trend here in the right side. So HIV testing has increased among the TB patients, and it is almost 96% now. So in order to have a better approach, in increasing the patient-centered care and developing the quality services, so we have decided to adopt this multi-pronged approach as part of the new strategic plan, where we have the co-located facilities and single window delivery, access to rapid molecular testing, TB referral services to vulnerable populations, PITCM representative and diagnosed TB cases, in HIV testing, and in the private sector notified TB patients. So all of these have been targeted. The focus is stressed on implementing these activities so that the burden of HIV TB gets lesser. So the single window services, the service delivery mechanism at the ART centers, starting with the rapid molecular device testing for presumptive TB patients. So once the for a screening is done and somebody is found to be presumptive TB, they are sent for the molecular rapid diagnosis with the CPNAT machine or the TrueNAT machines wherever they are available, and then providing immediate daily FTC for the HIV TB patients. As and when they are HIV patients, as and when they are diagnosed with TB, then ICT-based adherence support through 99 dots, which is fairly available in certain places and not all the places right now. Then putting under a strict pharmacovigilance mechanism to see that if there are any adverse drug reactions developing in these patients. And initiating isoniazid preventive therapy, IPT, among those patients who are not diagnosed with TB and who are having the 4S positive symptoms. And then airborne infection control to ensure that there is no transmission of a TB from one person to another when they come for testing. So the way forward, improving the case finding activities is of prime importance. Saturation of all PLHIV on active care with TPT, and transition to shorter rifamycin-based regimen 3HP for TPT after due approvals. So currently, this thing is under consideration, and shortly we'll be having 3HP for all the HIV patients. So there is a TRG which is going to happen soon, where this will be up for discussion, and after approvals, we are going to have this policy instead of 6 months of isoniazid prophylactic therapy, we'll be having 3HP. Then integration of the MIS systems, the SOCH and NICSHA, this is also under consideration to ensure that there is free data flow and real-time data monitoring from both the sides, and then joint supervision, monitoring, and capacity building activities done by NACP and NTP together to ensure that the best of the collaboration is available. So this is my short and crisp presentation. I hope I was able to talk about the updates. And one important thing I want to say, the program priorities for 2023 is to strengthen existing intensified case efforts and bringing in this TPT 3HP, which is considered to be having better compliance because of its short duration. So there is only 12 weeks of consumption, but once weekly dosage is required for this compared to daily dosage of IPT for 6 months. So these are what we are looking forward to. So I close my presentation. Thank you very much for the nice presentations. The questions will be taken at the end of the session. The next speaker, the newer TB medications, when to use them, by Dr. G. Narendran, ICP.
The last session was more from mathematics. Being weak in mathematics, only I took medicine in the Marxism. But my daughter is addicted to mathematics. She hates biology, nutrition. So, due consideration, I request the chair and the audience to give me 4 minutes because we used to look at the data carefully. There were 8 minutes left for the first speaker. So if I don't allocate 4 minutes for next speaker, I will be doing some injustice. So requesting for 4 minutes extra as I go ahead. Slides. So most of them, you know, these pipelines, so I don't have to go because I have 48 slides to cover. So what I'll be talking about is my own opinion. It doesn't have anything to do with the institution. And most importantly, what the research evidences say. So if you ask me what is the significant factor between Jyoti ma'am, Gilana, or Dilip Mathai, all they could see was the confidence of the physician in the patient. So I will go with the confidence of what I had treated with these drugs, the experience of these drugs, and then go into the explanation. So most of the times we get a call from somebody saying that I want to put this patient on bedaquiline immediately. We don't know the patient will die. Please understand, it is like a python. It is not a mamba or a spitting cobra where immediately the patient dies. You just have to wait for the patient. Adding one more drug is only going to cause complications. That's why you see that most of the times when the patients are referred to us, it's like we walking on the road between the physician and the patient. So I'm going to concentrate more on the trials, the trial evidences, after giving a glimpse of the newer drugs. So what you need to understand about TB is very important. It's a little different from TB and HIV and also resembles HIV, like multi-drug therapy. Even though it is, can I have hand mic if it's possible? So what is important is TB requires multi-drug therapy even for trans-sensitive TB. And there are 4 different types of population of bacilli. It's not like HIV. We have the rapidly multiplying bacilli, any drug can act. The slowly multiplying bacilli, which only some drugs can act. The intermittently metabolizing bacteria, where very few drugs can act. And the dormant bacilli, as of now, there are no drugs which can act. So that is one thing. The second is the pattern of drug resistance. We have something called class resistance that people should understand before substituting drugs. Rifamycin. A patient has got rifamycin resistance. There is no use in giving rifampicin or rifabutin. The difference lies in the interaction, the difference lies in the half-life. There's something called one-way resistance. If a patient has got quinolone resistance, let's say ofloxacin or levofloxacin, you can substitute oxy, but you cannot get back from oxy to levo. The same thing occurs with aminoglycan resistance. If you have streptomycin resistance, you can give amikacin or kanamycin and then go to caprimycin, but you cannot revert back. And as of now, we have not seen any advantage of amikacin or kanamycin. If you look at the meta-analysis which was published in the Lancet, the Dickman's team, you can very carefully read that in high energetic areas, the question of abicacin having canamycin supremacy was not there. Please read the paper because most of the time the paper is quoted as the reason for using abicacin. Canamycin still holds good and there are no advantages between abicacin carbs. The most important point is the concept of two phases. Always in the lung, there are two things. You have a lung window, you have a mediastinal window, you have an intensity, you have a continuation. Like the heart, which has three. You have three chambers, electrophysiologically, three conducting systems, and three arteries. So the concept of intensive phase is to see to that you get a good success rate. The concept of the continuation phase is to reduce relapses. So when you shorten treatment, you have to use drugs which are bactericidal in the intensive phase, and the continuation phase should at least contain certain drugs which are sterilized. Then what I mean to say is, which can all act on the slow metabolism in the inventory metabolism bacteria for you to achieve the success. If you do not understand this, this is finally what we take to the patient. Drug sensitive, I'll first go into drug sensitive TB and then go to drug resistant. So this is an idea. I'll talk about this if I have time. So first coming to rifampicin. The only advantage of rifampicin is the long half-life. People are jumping into the thing that okay, this is supremacy to rifampicin. Actually, it is inferior to rifampicin with respect to the slow metabolizing intermittent bacilli. That's why if you see the cavity, bacilli in the cavity are less affected by rifampicin. The caves are present in the lymph nodes or a sequestered segment in the pleural fluid. These are less affected by rifampicin. So rifampicin is actually a good drug for prophylaxis because it's given once weekly, but may not be a good drug when it's given for therapeutic purposes. Now we have jumped into what is called rifamycins because the physicians in India have been using rifamycins for more than 5 decades. So what about higher doses? This was not something new because our founder and director who was from MRC London, Dallas Fox, said higher dose of rifamycin may reduce or shorten the duration of treatment for him. And he was right. So both the clinical trials, the meta-analysis answer, the trials done in India in our own institute proved that the 10 milligram of rifampicin what we are using is more of an arbitrary thing based on cost. It was not based on scientific methods. That's why if you see the therapeutic levels when we monitor, 60% have about subtherapeutic levels. So what is important is now people are more interested in the 25 milligram of rifampicin. And I was surprised personally because rifampicin hepatotoxicity, which everybody will be worried about when you are giving a higher dose than the conventional dose, is idiosyncratic. It is not dose dependent like moxifloxacin. That means a guy who is destined to get rifampicin toxicity will get it irrespective of the dose. So this was one of the studies which was recently published, where they tried to use rifampicin, the TBTC 31, where they found whenever you're addressing drug sensitive TB, shortening of duration, there are two spokes of the bicycle. If you use one, you will fail miserably. What I mean to say is you require a good quinolone as well as a high dose rifampicin or a rifampicin to reduce the duration of treatment. Either alone will not do it. And this is where it's very clear that the arm with rifampicin and moxifloxacin along with other drugs had a non-inferiority mark and was superior or non-inferior, I should say, compared to using just rifampicin alone. Metformin, I don't want to go much into details because it failed to show as a good adjuvant for TB, except that the X-rays were a little less. The shadows cleared faster with metformin. Now coming to the newer drugs. The sensational drug bedaquiline. I'm really worried. I'll tell you why. Bedaquiline actually is actually binds to the mycobacterial ATPase synthetase, and there are 3 or 4 genes which are actually responsible for the resistance. And most important is the ATPE. If there's a mutation there, it develops resistance. And the RV068, even though it creates a lower level resistance, there's a cross resistance with clobazam. And these are the common side effects which you have seen. What I'm showing in the first, the red zone is the first study in the C208, and this is what we have seen. The common toxicity of bedaquiline is not cardiotoxicity. But in fact, bedaquiline is quite safe. The most common toxicity is hepatitis and transaminases. This is what we are seeing. It can also cause dysglycemia. And we have found in our own trials, I'll come to that, where diabetic patients who have fluctuations of sugar when we start on these drugs, they are more prone for dysglycemia rather than patients who are very obedient and have a controlled sugar, are totally disobedient and have high sugar. Both these groups are doing well, except the group which shows fluctuation in sugar, where you have to be careful because there could be a sudden drop in sugar and it could get fatal. Non-QT syndromes, again, we have seen, but the problem is the fellow doesn't land up the cardiologist. He actually goes to neurologist because the patient presents with convulsions, unexplained convulsions, and hypoglycemia also is one of the causes for that. So coming to some interactions with ART, which you'll be interested in. Most important is the PAs. The PAs increase the levels of bedaquiline, whereas efavirenz, to a lesser extent, reduces the levels of bedaquiline. Of course, it doesn't have any other interaction with the other drugs seen. As far as QTC interval is concerned, often if you look at the trials, it's like Pandavas. You don't know which fellow was hitting in Mahabharata. It was described in Mahabharata. So you say Bhima hit Duryodhana, Arjuna hit Karna. It's not like that. So we have a jumble of drugs. We have clobazam, we have the quinolones. Then most important, what you need to remember is antipsychotics. Most importantly, antidepressants, I should say, not antipsychotics as such. Antidepressants are very commonly prescribed and they can cause QTC prolongation. The other one is emicid, ondansetron, which you use very often. It also increases your QTC prolongation. We have also seen in certain cases where there's a hopeless condition of the patient, where we cannot withdraw the drugs. We have given bedaquiline even with a QTC of more than 500 under watchful eyes. Development. As far as development is concerned, the Otsuka trial showed that development did not have a very big, did not show any non-inferiority to the placebo, and hence the interest in using development has come down. But still, one advantage of development is it doesn't interact. No effect and no side effect as such. Pretomerate is almost equivalent to development. That's why we don't use pretomerate and development together. The only strange thing is its safety below 15 years is not being proved. It has two dual actions. In anaerobic conditions, it's an inhibitor of cell wall cells. In aerobic condition, it's a respiratory poison. So these are the two ways in which it acts. And the toxicity is almost equal to development. So I'll not go to this, I'll go to the other aspects. So this was the truncate trial recently published in Nature, where there was an ambitious attempt to reduce TB treatment to 2 months. So both as investigator as well as member secretary of the ethics committee, we did not allow for the study in India, as at least from our institution, because we know the problems of continuation phase and intensive phase. In fact, our ethics chairman jumped from the roof, saying that how can you do this study? And there was a non-inferiority of 12 weeks. You can see that they have shown they had 4 regimens. Actually, everything was actually 8 weeks, not more than 2 months. And the non-inferiority was 12%, which means from the standard regimen, you can go 12% below. So that is how it was gone. And what they found was the regimen which had bedaquiline and levodopa, along with the other 3 drugs, isoniazid, pyrizinamide, and ethambutol, they showed non-inferiority in this trial for 2 weeks. But what you should understand if you read the supplement is that it was 4% relapse in the standard regimen, 14% relapse in the bedaquiline levodopa regimen, and 24% relapse in the bedaquiline toxophene. I'm sorry, rifampicin levodopa regimen, which means anything more than 10% relapses are usually not welcome. So the trial had shown non-inferiority, but practically it's a big question mark. So coming to the study, which is near and dear to me because I led this study from India, and some of my teachers know about it. It was a stream study where we evaluated 3 regimens. Actually, this was initially it was a 24-month regimen, and then when that went in from the national guidelines, we had a regimen B, which was containing oxyfloxacin along with kanamycin. We had regimen C, which was a totally oral regimen, and this regimen was the regimen which was actually taken by WHO and also national guidelines. And the last regimen which I want you to get interested in regimen D, where we had both kanamycin as well as bedaquiline along with other background drugs. So when this becomes the WHO approved regimen, the regimen D was dropped because there was a strong influence to go into non-injectable regimens. We were the first objective because we found out as clinicians that this was one regimen which we could confidently say the patients were doing well in this regimen. So when we did this, what we expected came out from the global trial, because this was a multicentric trial which happened in 11 countries and 13 sites. So the same thing was seen across all sites, where we found out that with epoxyfloxacin regimen B versus the total oral regimen, you can see that the bedaquiline-based oral regimen was doing well. But with respect to regimen D, that is with kanamycin and bedaquiline, that gave the highest efficacy, and this efficacy was noted at 76 weeks. And we have yet to publish the 132 weeks results, but they are the same. I just want to say that it has been consistent through also the recurrences are not more in the regimens where we use shorter regimens with 2 months injectable, and this is what we are actually analyzing. So the WHO regimen, people have been telling more about oral regimens. The oral regimen, this is from the electronic data from South Africa, recently taken. What we found was that the oral regimens, when implemented in the program, we could hardly get 60% success rate when we got more than 80 to 90% success rate in trials. Goes to show the population which you are dealing with when you are translating it into the program is different from what you are doing. Usually that actually occurs because it's an idealistic situation in the trials. So all these oral regimens came from the next TB trial, which showed a 89% cure rate, but that was based on culture conversion and 6 months. So I will not go into these studies for want of time because I will get at 4 minutes extra. So this is the tricky practical study. So there again, they showed that the oral regimen of 6 months was excellent with respect to standard care. But if you look at the data in very close way, you can see that it was discontinuation which was taken as an outcome, not the microbiological outcome. So that is why we are a little skeptical that it's not the oral regimen is going to be a magic bullet. So the Zenith study used the BPAL because all the oral regimens are excellent, except that the price you have to pay is nearly 60% peripheral neuropathy and 50% myelosuppression. So that is the problem. Lenalidomide is a very good drug initially. Later it starts banging its tail. I would say it's a classical Indian housemaid. When they join, they are very obedient. But afterwards, what happens, you know the problems. I don't have to give you a description. So these are the things. So the WHO has come out with this. So there are certain things which I'm worried about, like people are telling. One is, okay, we can shift to BPAL and BPAL, yeah. But what about the salvage? What are we going to get after we go in for these regimens? We have to look into it. Of course, I do agree that the program has got enough problems because we talk about idealistic situation, but the program talks about practical situations. I am talking about 500 patients. They are talking about 1.5 lakhs MDR TB patients. So obviously, we need to find a striking balance between the two. Both of us are right, but we have to find out how we can implement. It's not that the oral regimens are going to be, I'm not against the oral regimens or not for the injectable because we are researchers, we don't take sides. The second thing is the PKPD findings. Nobody has the PKPD findings probably except a few centers. Resistance testing. It was NIRT which, thanks to the stream study that we started the bedaquiline DSD first in India. We validated it with respect to the Institute of Tropical Medicine, Antwerp, and then we developed the technology and then we helped the program. Now there are only 2 or 3 institutes which can do bedaquiline DSD that is accredited and validated. Then the acquisition of drug resistance. Bedaquiline resistance is increasing at an enormous pace. So when we had this World Lung Conference, there was one person from another low-income community which said, we are having bedaquiline resistance of around 20%. So immediately we all jumped and said that, no, see, your lab is not validated, your lab is not accredited and all that. But we are beginning to see trends in bedaquiline. It's not that bedaquiline, as I said, it's a magic bullet. We have to use it carefully, and we do not know if resistance develop. How do we find out and how do we manage? And again, the efficacy of the oral regimens in the long run is again a problem. So coming to, I'll just not take more than 5 minutes. The reason is that most of the times when we get patients, it is not drug resistance at all. So when I told our President Gilad Hassan, he agreed, he said, please have one slide on that and be fast on it. So I assure you it is faster. One thing is, first thing you have to look at is look for the adherence of the patient, whether ART or ATT. Somehow the adherence to ART among HIV patients has been phenomenal. Somehow we are not able to drive in the aspect that adherence in TB is important. And that's why it has been living with us for nearly centuries together. So the other important thing is people don't understand the use of expert MPB is only for the first time. Again, you do it again, you'll be positive. Because if I show you a small paper and put a dot, if I ask you what it is, you'll say it's a dot. In this big screen, if you put a dot, again you'll say it's a dot because the machine picks up the dot, does not pick up the overall picture of the thing. As simple as that. Third thing is the status of immunosuppression and virological failure. Very nicely pointed out, and the platform has been built for me from the previous debate. If you look at why CD4 is important, I do agree because there are two classes of patients whom we have seen. Those patients, if the test and treat policy has started, I agree with Madam that cannot be required. But still in India, we have patients who are coming with advanced HIV and you treat them. As rightly pointed out, your antivirals only reduce the viral load, doesn't increase the C. In such instances, the spectrum of TB itself varies in the chest X. If the CD4 is less than 100, I don't see cavities. There is no CD4 alveolitis. I'm not suspecting, let's say it is more than 2, I don't suspect MAC. If the CD4 is less than 100, the same TB features, patient not responding, I suspect MAC. I suspect Kansas. Now, this is the population where the CD4 plays a vital role. The last one is malabsorption. I'll come to this. So, this was one of the patients, a young boy. This was a lady who had a PCP with PT. All of them are culture confirmed, and PCP was confirmed by GMG cell. So, when we gave ATT and high dose steroids, this was the thing. When we started her on ART, full blown whiteout of the lungs, 10th day of ART. This is what is called IRIS. For you to diagnose IRIS after steroids, look at the HT. I'll just give you the example. For you to know about IRIS, there are 4 things which you have to rule out. Number 1, patient has been adherent. Number 2, drug resistance has been ruled out. Number 3, in HIV, it's very easy because the most important signal of IRIS is viral load. So if the viral load declines by 1 log, you can be sure that it is IRIS and toxicity ruled. This is another patient who had, you can see, this is what I told the CD4. CD4 was very low. You cannot even see the cavity, appreciate the cavity, but after treatment, the cavity becomes obvious. So this was a patient who developed iris meningitis. Then later on, we found out from the simple X-ray that the cavity actually has enlarged in size. So this is another case of multifocal iris. The patient had actually had a normal X-ray, almost near normal, and pulmonary TB on ART, then developed portal hepatitis, obstructive jaundice, and then tuberculosis. And this patient, we only reduced, we stopped the ATT at 6 months with the neurologist, saying that it's purely a case of virus because we have the viral load, we have the CD4s. So the ethics committee said, follow this patient for 5 years. If you have the boldness to stop the ATT, do it for 5 years. We did it and we proved that it is virus. You can see that the tuberculoma is almost calcified, the patient is doing well, we never extended the ATT. So this is another case of Fontaine abscess iris. Sometimes you can use sophisticated investigation to just demonstrate iris. This is a classical mediastinal node breaking down like lava flowing to form pericardial effusion. So we have had enough cases published on iris. We found out that it is not the mutations in the LDA4X did not influence steroids. Any patient given steroids will help iris subside provided you diagnose it properly. The most common mistake we do on the reverse is MDR. So there was one question which was asked, how many cases have you misdiagnosed MDR case iris? Yes, we did. We had 2 cases which we lost the patients because we thought it was iris and it turned out to be MDR TB because we didn't have the fancy of gene expert and all those at that time. So the cultures came later and after that we had to do the resistance. I have only 2 slides as well. The last one is tolicizumab. So there's a huge cry on tolicizumab. People have been using it for COVID and all these things. IL-6 is only the union unit. You have, unless you give steroids, all the other cytokines you can see. You can tell me where IL-6 is. So it's not that by just giving tocilizumab, we are going to conquer COVID or Aedes TB. It's only by steroids where you have to look into all the things. Malabsorption. There's a want of time, I'm just going fast. If you have a patient who has drug-sensitive TB, not responding to treatment, persistently smear positive, but again sensitive, think of malabsorption. Don't refer the case unnecessarily for TDM unless this is the scenario. This was one of the patients. The patient had multiple, in fact, I do not know, somehow there was, in Tamil Nadu, we have this thing of putting the veil on each part of the body. Like that, I had put enough ICDs on this fellow because he was almost threatened to imminent death by the surgeons because he was retrovirus positive in those days. They said if you come into the theater, you will die. So the patient never entered the theater. We never knew what is the cause because open pneumothorax, but when we increased the dosage, automatically the bronchopulmonary valve closed and we had a good response. So I thank all my teachers and also the sponsor and ICMR for helping me come to this place to share my thoughts on newer TB drugs. Thank you so much.
The next session is by Dr. Sarah Gary-Boone. The integration of tuberculosis and HIV testing on Geno Expert and diagnostic network optimization analysis in Zambia.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to present at the National Conference of the AIDS Society of India. I am Sarah Girdwood and I am presenting on behalf of my colleague, Maya Pandey, who unfortunately could not make it today. This presentation will speak to a paper that has recently been published in PLOS Global Public Health on the integration of TB and HIV testing on GeneXpert. In this paper, we assess whether the integration of HIV testing, and in particular viral load and BID, on point-of-care platforms used only by the TB programs in Zambia was possible and could improve access metrics for the HIV program. As I'm sure most of you are aware, since March 2021, the WHO recommends point-of-care EID for HIV-exposed infants and children less than 18 months to increase same-day HIV diagnosis and conditionally recommends point-of-care for HIV viral load testing. Attention has thus turned to leveraging polyvalent diagnostic equipment such as the GeneXpert that is currently available in country to expand access to point-of-care diagnostic testing. Understandably, TB programs that have invested in these devices to expand their programs are concerned that integration on these platforms with HIV testing might negatively affect access and performance of TB testing. The setting of our analysis was Zambia. Zambia has both a high TB and HIV burden. Zambia has adopted Expert NTB RUP as their first-line test for TB diagnosis and has close to 300 devices in country. In comparison, viral load testing and EID for HIV is predominantly performed at centralized referral laboratories and has long turnaround time on some regions, impacting timely diagnosis for HIV-exposed infants, as well as timely clinical action for people living with HIV on out. A study in Zambia found that point-of-care EID testing can take up to 32 days from sample collection to the guardian receiving the results, whilst only 42% of results were reported back to the facility within 60 days. There is a lot of compelling evidence for the adoption of near point-of-care viral load testing in countries such as Zambia, where centralized turnaround time is not optimal. This study forms part of a pilot study on the use of a web-based open access diagnostic network optimization tool, OptiDX. So diagnostic network optimization is a geospatial analytics approach to analyze the diagnostic network and the associated sample referral network in order to ensure the greatest access to services whilst maximizing the overall efficiency of the system. OptiDX was developed by the Foundation for Innovative and New Diagnostics, FINE, along with Cooper and USAID to build capacity and enable countries to improve their planning of diagnostic testing services. The tool uses data from multiple sources on locations of testing demands, such as health facilities, on testing supply, and the device and the laboratory locations, along with referral linkages between health facilities, hubs, and laboratories, costs, capacity or access constraints, and it uses all this data to create a digital model of baseline diagnostic network, as well as optimize alternative network configurations. The aim of OptiDX is to design a diagnostic network that will enable improved access to testing of TB, HIV, as well as many other diseases, and increase the overall network efficiency. This paper used OptiDX software as well as laboratory data to establish the baseline diagnostic network based on 2020 testing demand, referral linkages, testing sites, platforms, and costs for the HIV and TB programs, respectively. Next, as a future state scenario, we modeled the integration of priority HIV viral load and EID testing on GeneXpert platforms, which have historically only been utilized by the TB program. We then calculated annualized device costs, variable cost per test, and sample transfer costs for each scenario and disease program, as well as access and efficiency metrics. Key data inputs were testing demand by test type, allowable test menu by platform, as well as costs by platform and test type. This figure here shows the baseline health facility location and testing demand relative to the location of the centralized laboratories for conducting priority HIV testing, so the blue squares, and the more decentralized GeneXpert footprint, or the yellow circles. At baseline, overall GeneXpert utilization for TB testing was 15%. However, this varied extensively by testing site, as well as differed by district. So onto results. Currently, a TB specimen travels on average 11 kilometers to a testing site, and priority HIV test specimens, including EID, travel 9 to 8 kilometers. With integration, the average distance traveled for priority HIV samples decreased tenfold to 10 kilometers, and the proportion tested on site increased from 10% to 48%. Additionally, the average distance traveled per TB specimen was reduced by 4 kilometers, from 11 kilometers to 7 kilometers, with only a marginal decrease in the proportion of tests conducted on site from 73% to 69%. The total annual cost of the combined HIV and TB testing program, so this would include the adult viral load testing, reduced by 1% through integration and optimization. And importantly, there were potential savings in annualized GeneXpert device operating costs of 30% through cost sharing with the HIV program. Whilst there was a 32% increment in the overall cost per test for priority HIV testing, this was due to the higher reagent and device costs for more decentralized testing on GeneXpert devices. But the cost for priority HIV tests conducted within the 10 kilometers from sample collection decreased by 50%. In the TB program, the overall cost per test and the cost per test conducted within the 10 kilometer radius decreased by 13% and 16% respectively. Access improvements for the EID program were even more stark. Currently, 11% of EID specimens are tested on site, and overall turnaround time for all tests is 26 days. The proportion tested on site for EID with the integration approach increased by almost fivefold to 2%, with decreases in the distance traveled from 77 kilometers to 10 kilometers, and an overall reduction in turnaround time by 2.5 weeks. Further, 52% of EID tests are likely to be processed within the same day, from a baseline of less than 1%. This data-focused network design model shows the impact of integrated EID and priority HIV testing in pregnant and breastfeeding women and children with TB testing on gene expert platforms in Zambia. We showed that the use of diagnostic network optimization in Zambia to create an integrated diagnostic network for HIV and TB that leverages the existing infrastructure currently in country can result in a minimal decrease in cost for the HIV and TB programs while making substantial improvements to diagnostic access. And we found substantial improvements in access metrics for priority HIV specimens, so a 10-fold improvement, and 52% of EID tests are likely to be processed within the same day from a baseline zero, allowing for up to 2.5-week decrease in turnaround time. In comparison, integration did not adversely affect access to the TB program, and moreover, the TB program can realize potential savings in analyzed and expert device operating costs of 30% through cost sharing with the HIV program. The WHO guidelines that recommend point-of-care diagnostic testing for EID and viral load also acknowledge the cost and other barriers to widespread point-of-care adoption. And in particular, they acknowledge the challenges of conducting point-of-care viral load testing for all people living with HIV due to the significant volume testing capacity required at health facilities. So it also recommends prioritization of priority populations such as pregnant and breastfeeding women and children, as well as conducting diagnostic network optimization exercises to inform point-of-care adoption. So our analysis has shown that a feasible approach to increasing the proportion of EID and priority HIV testing conducted on-site is through the use of diagnostic network optimization. And this will inform the optimal approach for leveraging spare capacity of the gene expert platform footprint within the network. So in conclusion, diagnostic network optimization can be used to inform the integration of previously siloed programs to simultaneously increase costs and decrease costs, increase access, and align with WHO recommendations to ensure sustainability of the programs. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all stakeholders from the Zambia Ministry of Health and implementing partners in Zambia who have provided extensive feedback as well as data that have informed this model.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Was there a question, I will have query for the last presenter, whether reforming is going to be very observable the program. Since we use a number of patients with sorry.
Sorry, that was a bit unclear. Would you mind repeating and putting it in the chat, perhaps? Thank you.
Rifabutin is in little constraints to the shortage I heard, because that's the best drug to give with protease inhibitors. Because yeah. Madam, this question is actually to the other speaker. Extremely sorry for the inconvenience.
No problem. Thank
Thank you very much for all facilitate speakers.
Dr. Dheeraj and Dr. Narendra.
We would request Dr. Modi to give an input to our coaches. Dr. And we have a quick tea break for 10 minutes and we come back. We have a very interesting debate after this, so please don't leave.
The time point is today. Yes, yes. Or tomorrow. No, the considered like today. Cultural but still what government but then the family affair for the delegates. Hi, how are you? Yes, yes. Actually, don't. Stage for okay, sorry, sir, that it was bad. Just started out just after that. There were it's not no, Kerala is different. Yes, yes. Yes, but yes, yes. Yeah. So, nightmare. Getting treatment, not getting it, even once they were not, they died. Yes, yes. It seems they have forgotten. Yes, yes. Which guy?
policies. It's also not clear. I can also admit that I see myself here. Stop the other.
I stayed like different side of the last person.
Is Dr. Victor?
That's important. Hey, you're doing the set rules. Who is the moderator? Let's really like somebody topic like that.
So we will start with the debate. I would like to call Dr. Kumar Sami and Dr. Ganesh Goyal, the moderators for the debate. Is Dr. around?
Where are the debaters? Once.
Yeah. So I don't think everybody else is going to join us. Okay. Right. So welcome everyone for this very key session, which is going to be a debate on one of the new antiretroviral products going to be launched soon. in resource limited setting, which is currently available in resource rich settings. That is what is called long-acting injectable. We all know that these antiretroviral drugs, which you are talking about, you are using your practices every day, people have to take, and they need to have an adherence of more than 90% to have a complete virological suppression and maintenance. As we all know that in our practice, including ourselves, even for a simple antibiotic, very hardly one completes a course. And how we can expect that adherence from people living with HIV with antiretroviral therapy lifelong. We compare this. So now we have long-acting antiretrovirals coming up. So we have one such drug, two drugs currently been approved by use for the US FDA, and it's been used as part of the treatment guidelines in the US, Europe, and other developed world. Those are called long-acting injectables, called cabotegravir, which is an analog of dolutegravir, which is an integrated inhibitor, and another drug called rilpivirine, which is a second generation NNRTI, which can be given based on different studies. A study called Atlas, FLAIR, and LAPE2. And very recently, 3 weeks back, there is a study presented called SOLAR, that if you give every 2 weeks on people who are already suppressed, it maintains suppression. And also there is one study from San Francisco I've shown, even people who are being virologically not suppressed, when if you give this, it get suppressed. And having said that, it is not just only the 2 months, but also we have got other newer antiretroviral drugs coming up. There is one called lenacapavir in 6 months, and also several other drugs under development, which can be even as an implant and patch. With this brief background, we are going to have a debate on this long-acting injectable, whether it will fit for India or not, whether it can be used in India or not, whether it can be implemented in India or not. In AIDS Society of India conferences in the past, we had debates on test-all, when to start ART, viral load implementation, CD4, one by one we have done. These are all the things we have done in the past to implement this in our program, to get various aspects from the debaters, and based on that, how you can use this to do scientific advocacy with our national program to get our patients. With this background, I'd like to invite our debaters, who are all, names are here. Please come up, Dr. Batai, Dr. Reverie, Dr. Vikas, and Mona Lisa, sir. Please come up to your respect. Here, 2 debaters are going to do on for and 2 against. So this is a format. I think for we'll be giving you 3 minutes to present, and again for against you can do a 3 minutes. Then the persons who argued for, you can come back for 2 minutes to review, and again for against we have a 2 minutes review. And after that, we'll be taking up some audience questions, and we can summarize. So now the core session starts. Again, long-acting injectables, long
All the vice sir, what
तर बँकेतनं काही फोन आला म्हणे त्यांना माझा पॅन आणि काही आय कार्ड पाहिजे. Yes. So this is a grand welcome to Dr. Puri, Anup Kumar Puri, who is a senior PDG at National AIDS Control Organization, and he looks after the CST program, that is Care and Support Program, treatment program in the entire country, which has more than 680 ART centers, means antiretroviral treatment centers, and more than 400 link centers. So total more than 1,000 places are there where a person living with HIV, people living with HIV can find free HIV treatment. And with this, I would like to request Dr. Puri to brief on nutshell, in a very short, what is NACO's thrust now, currently.
Thank you, Dr. Gilarda. Actually, there are more than 2,000 places where the treatment, we are giving treatment to the PLHIV through our ART centers and through our link ART centers. So under these centers, we are, in some of the centers, we are diagnosing the patient out there itself. There are 691 such ART centers, and besides that, there are 12 more than 1,200 centers wherein which are link ART centers where the treatment the drug distribution is taking place. So under these are present in the one of the facility, which may be district hospital, which may be some CHC. So depending upon the caseload of that state, such link ART centers are being provided. So in addition to that, to decongest the ART centers, we are having many other things, like one patient can take away the drug for other patient also, for his family members to other support. I mean, like maybe a group of 10 people also. He may, so that he don't have to, every patient do not have to travel every time. That is also one thing. So, and besides that, we are also providing multi-month dispensation to the patient to reduce the caseload in the ART centers. So besides the to look into we are having I mean, as it has already been said in the conference, that the TB and HIV are having a strong partnership. So each and every patient of TB is being cross referred to the HIV facility for the diagnosis, and similarly for those who are HIV patients, they are being referred to the TB facility for the diagnosis, because the chances of getting infection amongst the those who are having TB, those who are TB, they may be infected with HIV, and those who are HIV, their chances of infected with the HIV is also very high. So to rule out TB, it is very important. And to do before that, we are asking them for a screening is done before referring them. That is any cough, fever, and a night sweat and weight loss. And in case of child, the night sweat may not be there. That is because they may not be able to elicit the night sweat. So that may instead of that, in any history of having, exposure to the TB case, that is over and above. Rest of the symptoms remaining the same. So if they are having those symptoms, they are referred to for the this thing for TB diagnosis of sputum testing. In case of HIV, this child case, the sputum testing is they are child whether if they are coming from the ART centers, person living with HIV, they are given in the ART centers when they are referred for the testing of HIV. They are upfront given the CBNet testing. So that in more than 85 to 90% of the cases, it is co-located in the same centers. In some cases, it may not be there, but the system are there for the transportation of the TB. The NTP program has taken care of that for the transportation of the samples. So that those things are there. And in addition to that, for the other patients, those who are in the other setting, like those who are in the ICTC, Integrated Counseling and Testing Centers, those who are having these similar symptoms, they are given, instead of CBNet, they may be given sputum microscopy also. Sputum microscopy testing also is being given twice. With that also they are being diagnosed. And once TB is ruled out, so it is in case of PLHIV, on each and every visit, we have to rule out TB because the chances of getting TB is very high. And after ruling out the TB, we have to give them TPT. Or IPT. At present, this TPT or TB preventive therapy is nothing but the preventive this thing. Isoniazid preventive therapy, which cannot. At present, we have not introduced the other alternative. Shorter drug regime has not been added over there in our case because of because we have not been able to complete the study. And besides, the patient has to come every 3 months or every month. So if in the case of shorter drug regime, that has to be taken every week
For 12 weeks.
for 12 weeks. So and that is under guidance. I think that is taken under the that is a directly observed treatment, or what is it? It can be taken away by the.
Is that TB prevention only, rather than 6 months, you are providing them only
We can
R and H for once a week, 12 weeks.
They can take away.
12 tablets.
They can take away, then we can provide that also. We can think of that later on once the efficacy is proved in the PLHIV. So that proven efficacy is not there, so it has not been initiated. So that is the thing. And what else regarding besides that, the advanced disease management is also being done in addition to the TB, cryptococcal infection, and all other. There are oral thrush and other, and then other opportunistic infection and opportunistic cancers are also there. So they are being taken care of by the general care health system, and now because of the efficacious drug, we are also they are also having the PLHIVs are having long life. So they are all, in addition to the I mean, communicable disease, they are also having the non-communicable disease. So due to the for that also we are going to have uh, help with we are sharing this thing with the taking the help of general healthcare system for that. So we are breaking the silos in between our own program, between the various verticals, that is PSD, TIs, IEC, and because many things are cross-cutting, we have to work together. And I mean, adolescent boys and girls are right now, because of their experimenting behavior, of late it is seen that infection rate is comparatively increasing amongst the adolescent age group. So we have as of now we are having 3 activities for the adolescent. One is uh, red ribbon clubs, which is with the colleges, school health program, which is within the school, and out of school youth. So in these programs, Red Ribbon Club, the youth are being involved they are given knowledge through one of the nodal teacher is identified through whom the knowledge is given to these uh, um, students, and they will give it to their peer group. It is a peer education model. Similarly, in the schools, it is a different thing. The curriculum is introduced in the schools. So because the curriculum is there, then 16-page curriculum, it becomes sometimes very, I mean, boring and not very interesting. And many a times school teachers are not very taking interest in that. So it is we should introduce a different kind of thing. Now we should experiment different things. And out of school youth, we are doing it through our Nehru Yuva Kendras. So we are finding little challenges in these. So to address that, we are expanding those activities. So in case of out of school youth, and in case of the Red Ribbon Club, we are having one national this regional level quiz competition, and then national level quiz competition. These regional level competition at 4 region, which will be followed by initially it is done at the state level, then regional level, and then at the national level. Similarly, in the school level also similar competition will be held from now onwards. And at the college level, we will be introducing 3 activities. One is reel making competition, sports, and and besides one more thing was also added. So these new activities will also bring a new thing in the program. So with the help of that, we are very hopeful that our because they are their energy needs to be channelized. The youth is the group where they are full of energy, and they if their energy is not channelized, they will utilize used, it will go in a wrong direction. So it is better to channelize the energy in a right direction. If the that is, we find that it is the best way to prevent the infection. So it is a kind of, we think that it is a kind of primordial prevention. We are preventing the infection before it begins. Because we have just now in one of the our state, a few cases were seen. I mean, high incidence of drug abuse was seen in the. It is being reported in Tripura also. So later on in another case, but in Tripura specifically, it has been reported that it is youth only. But it is not very, I mean, we are taking, so in order to take care of that, we are taking those measures. So IV drug usage and other things, if we are introducing the knowledge of giving them knowledge about these things, so that will be definitely helpful for the program. So and through peer groups and through these programs like these sports activities, through reel making activities, we will be finding some influencer also. If the influencer is from the youth group only, I mean, if the influencer is a sports personality of their own, I mean, in the competition itself. And third competition which I was missing out was the Nukkad Natak competition. So out of these three competition, if of the college, if one of the few influencer we will be able to identify, and through these influencer we will ask them to give the messages to their own in their own state, in the neighboring state, at the national level, at the regional level, at different levels. So these influencers will be helpful for our program. So we are hopeful that through these help influencer, we will be able to control our further transmission of the infection.
Thank you very much, Dr. Puri. I think India's national AIDS control program is quite robust. It's a good response. And we believe in a philosophy called all good things are to change for the better. So later, some of the things which are lacking, for example, HIV self-test or pre-exposure prophylaxis, that has to be also toned down. And we need to also look at the fallouts of dolutegravir-based DTG-based regimen, because almost we are seeing in private practice, 20 to 25% people are getting obesity and diabetes. And diabetes management, according to me, is more complicated than managing HIV, more expensive than managing HIV. And here we are here to solve one problem, not replace the problem with another problem. So I think we need to proactively look at other options of treatment. In private setup, we are already going back to atazanavir-ritonavir-based regimen, where it has not been used earlier. And we proactively shifted patient to only DTG-based regimen directly from TLE. So with this, I really thank you. And if there are any questions, Bobby and Shobha and you.
Yes. Yeah, I would like you to elaborate a little more on the Red Ribbon Clubs. Where are they formed and who are the members? There's a good initiative involving the youth. Can you elaborate?
Okay. There are 12,500 Red Ribbon Club all over the India. These are there in various colleges all over India. So as I have said earlier, that they are working through the nodal teacher is identified, and nodal teacher through the nodal teacher, they are getting knowledge, and those students are then giving that knowledge to their peer groups. And poster making competition and various reel making competition is also being done. So with that, with the help of that, they are uh, giving percolating knowledge to their own.
This initiative was taken, if you remember, by Mr. Sunil Dutt. He was India's Sports and Culture Minister between 2004 and 2005, before he died. And Red Ribbon Club was given to him as and it was taken as a Ministry of Youth program. And before that, there was also Red Ribbon Express. That was initiated with our advice by Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. There was a train which had Red Ribbon Express, and the kid kept on doing awareness and having exhibition and testing facility in the train. So there were good initiatives to involve young people, and at that time it was really required. Now we know that is a test and treat and treatment as prevention, but at that time when treatment was not very much prominent, it was expensive, drugs were not available, NACO had no program of ART. At that time, it was a fantastic program to mobilize young people in India.
Just
Sir, my question is related to the overall infrastructure and the drugs which can, I mean, the availability of drugs and what kind of drugs can help people with this HLV, HLIV.
Personally with HIV.
Yes. So any thought on this? Because I just missed on one point. 691 art centers are there, and then you mentioned another.
Link ART centers.
Link art, and they are somewhere around 200.
1,252 something. I mean, more than 1,200 and.
Okay. So the entire thing you mentioned about HIV facility, TB facility. So two questions are there, because one is the about the kind of drug availability or affordability is concerned, and what kind of drugs are there which are in use. And second is about the entire infrastructure, how robust it is.
No, for youth, for every group of the population, the drugs are same. It is going to be the same. It is not different from other, from one this thing to another. I mean, this is not a for a different group. It is not different. Expiring few things like in very young age group. Earlier, even the DTJ Delta Gravir was not available in the younger age group, children, but now even that is available nowadays.
Okay.
Even that has also.
Because here there are companies like MPure is one of the prominent one. As far as the industry is concerned, availability and affordability always is a big question. Price control, the drugs are, if they are not under price control, then obviously they're expensive.
No, drugs are always, they have to be under the price control because of the competition. Our system of procurement of the drug is very robust.
Okay.
We are right now we are doing the procurement through the CMSS.
Oh.
So under that is a government undertaking. So through under that we have given them some technical guidelines. Based on that, they are doing the tender. Through the tender, they are getting the various those who are interesting suppliers. They will tender for the same, and once they qualify the technical bid, then they will be considered for the financial bidding. So there is no question of the one who is the best, he will be chosen. That is, the system is that the one who is the best, and our system of supply is also such that there cannot be any I mean, shortfall of the drugs also.
Okay. Demand supply gap.
Demand supply will not, there will not be any shortfall also. We are ensuring that if, I mean, a percentage of this thing, if the tender is given, then a percentage of the, some percentage is given to the, to the first, I mean, L1, and rest of the percentage is given to some small part will be given to L2. But L2, provided L2 is ready to meet with, give the same price as L1. If he is ready to give the same price as L1, then only he will be allowed. Otherwise, 10% tender will be given to L1. So this is how we are working. So that if there are two suppliers, there cannot be a shortfall also. So system is very robust.
So, sir, currently, what is the incidence of the number of people? Because I have overheard this was something 26 lakh.
24 lakhs. It is a estimation. It is as per the estimation. 24 lakhs is our. We have estimated because we keep on estimating our number. But those who have reported, those who have been
Not positive already.
those who have reported, I mean, tested positive, they are comparatively less. I mean, they are around 17 lakhs or maybe 18 lakhs. But out of those, they have not reported for the, they are not linked to the treatment also. Many of them have not been linked to the treatment. That is also a big hurdle. Reporting for the treatment is comparatively less, and though all of them are not linked to the treatment also. So only 15.5 have been linked to the treatment. But as per the estimate, more than 1 lakh are linked to the our private providers. So that way, more than 16 lakhs are taking treatment. That as per our estimation, 16.5 lakhs are taking treatment.
Sir, I mean, last question is about since the pharma industry has been facing a lot of problem in terms of input costs, and there has been a lot of pressure on the margins on this. So raw material cost, and so how is this particular first line treatment or second line treatment drugs which are there? So how good is the scenario right now in India as far as availability or accessibility? Definitely, since so many people
we are having a lot of competition right now. If we go by that,
within domestic industry,
within the domestic industry, I mean, there are many suppliers. Many a times,
is one of them.
Yes, it is one of the. There are many such.
Now, there are many more than what you see here.
How many? So I'm going to say, I was just trying to understand one side file the report, then market size. What is the market size? Untapped market of potential. That untapped market potential.
Market size is, as you said, 16 to 16.5 lakh are on treatment in India. Out of which 1 to 1.5 lakh are in private setup and 50 lakh in government. But further, another 4 lakh or 5 lakh people which are positive, but they do not know the status. Actually, we need to find them out. So that will again grow. That market will grow.
Sir, my question is that only basic question is
export. Market size. And when we look at India's market size, it's not only India. India is a very small market for all.
We are providing drugs to the other
rest of the world.
Africa,
Latin America, Thailand, Cambodia, Indonesia. Yeah. 92% of the world's HIV positive people are taking Indian pills. Today, the global HIV.
Generic or branded?
No.
Generic.
That will, there's a debate, which is generic and generic branded. We don't go into that. But today, entire global HIV scenario minus India, the whole program will collapse. So today, the global program is standing on India. So all these big organizations like WHO, UNAIDS, initiative of PEPFAR. It's called President Emergency Program for AIDS from America, or Clinton Foundation. All they depend all the programs based on India.
Okay.
Whatever they say test and treat. At whose cost? Test and treat, if they treat at international cost, they will not be providing treatment to 5% people.
Right.
Today they can provide to 20 times more people because of India.
Because of India. And sir, there is this program, the main theme I could understand, it talks about self-testing.
No.
Self-testing
See, self-testing is one arena. When we are 95, in first 95, we are around 75 to 77%. They know the status. So why the 25% are not coming to test? So we analyzed and we found that many of them are MSM or LGBTQ community, injection drug users. So they are scared of being caught when they come from testing.
They are having stigma.
Self-inflicted stigma, and stigma related to their sexuality. So if you provide a self-test, then they may be, we cannot guarantee even all of them will come for testing, for self-testing.
But there is only one deficiency in that we don't know whether they will report for the confirmation of the test, because it is a screening test. And after the screening, whether they will be getting a proper counseling also, whether there will be any
counseling is one choice.
I mean, although they are saying that they are linking it with the counseling, they will I mean, before the doing the testing, they will be given an instructions that they will call a particular number wherein they will be given counseling. This is what is given over there in the self-counseling, self-set testing. Oh, but only problem in the self-testing is that, number one, it is very expensive as compared to the test which we are providing.
Blood test or
I mean, whole blood finger prick test. Whole blood finger prick test, which is provided under the program. That cost of that the same is 8 rupees or even less than that many times. It depends on how much.
Government buying.
Because when we are buying in the huge number, and this right now they are saying probably it will be provided by somebody right now just to initiate, but later on who will bear the cost? Once the program is initiated, we have to continue it. So before continuing, I mean, we cannot take such stand. At the most, even policy can we can think of just I mean, we may start the self-testing, no doubt we can take a decision that it may be done by you buy your own test and you do it. But are you sure that he will be reporting to the program? I mean, you are not sure whether he will be reporting for the confirmation, because it is only a screening test. He has to go to the ICTC for confirmation. 3 test confirmation will be done over there, and once he is confirmed, then he will go to the ART center for the treatment. This is the steps have to be followed. And what is lacking is that 77% who are tested out here, 77% who are not tested. I mean, they have
the status.
No, they know their status. Probably they have gone to the ICTC also. My stand is they have gone to the HIV. I mean, and they know their status, but they are not reporting to the ART center. So how do I know if they have got themselves tested already? These 23%, out of these 23%, how many of them are already tested? You never know. They are already tested, and you are saying that they don't know their status. if I am perceiving my risk, I will get myself tested. Again, I will get myself tested. I'll keep on getting myself tested without getting linked to the ART center. Until or unless I am linked to the ART center, I will not be considered as the knowing the status. As per the definition, those who are registered only in the ART center after the getting the treatment, only they will be
they will be the beneficiaries.
They will be the beneficiary and they will be considered as.
Otherwise, it will go on, and it will be transmitted. It will be transmitted.
Transmitted means they will be considered as not knowing the status.
So in that way, they are risk. The risk is there.
Risk is there means I mean to say is that the not knowing this, just by doing the self-testing, it is not going to serve any purpose.
So what is the solution? The overall complete solution plan?
No. So
Conference.
Listen, we need to go. Just in a brief, I'll tell you. Government agrees that there are 24 lakh or 23.6 lakh HIV positive people estimated, and out of which 77% know their status. Once you agree to this premise, that means they agree that 23% of the people who are infected, they do not know their status. Then again saying that some of them may be tested and knowing their status, that will be wrong. Secondly, self-testing is not the only armamentarium. This is one of the armamentarium. So by providing self-test, maybe another 8-10% will come forward and get tested, which are avoiding testing for some reason. Stigma, discrimination, marginalized community, whatever the reason. What are the other reasons? We need to find out. And one of the reasons is that there are two things. One is when we progress in the ART push and viral load. So our major budget is spent on ART and viral load. We have hardly any budget for awareness or targeted intervention. So the push which was there about 10-15 years back in those things, that has gone down. Even at some our level, so individual private level also, the kind of awareness we did 15-20 years back, and now there's a huge gap. So those people, children which were born and they were around 5-6 years age when I did a program around 2000. Now they are grown up to 20 or 25 age. So they have not gone through the awareness kind of campaign which we have done. So they are more vulnerable. And he spoke in the beginning only that a lot of adolescents are coming positive. A lot of adolescents are getting into problem. So our approach should be to tap those people which are more vulnerable. India's positivity rate is only 0.21% of adults. But when you talk about this vulnerable population, it is 15 times more, 22 times more, 47 times more. That means their positivity is high. So we need to focus on them. And that's the reason Government of India had or NACO had a program of targeted intervention. Rather than doing program in a wider doing a program for MSM community, LGBT community, and they provided them fund. But now that funding has gone down, the push has gone down, their own initiative has gone down because of HIV treatment. Now, if you treat HIV positive person, that person will not transmit to others. So it's called treatment as prevention. But that gap which is remaining, we need to bridge because smaller of the countries than India, poorer of the countries than India, they have bridged that gap. We are lagging somewhere. That push is required to be done. And one of the effort is this, like public-private partnership, going and doing programs in different places, going to schools like Day-1 Club. So that push will be required. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
मैं आपको अपना ये ई कार्ड डिग्री कार्ड दे दूंगा सर आपका नंबर है?
हाँ मैं देता हूँ। एक मेंशन मत करना त्रिपुरा वाला कहीं नहीं कंट्रोवर्सी हो गया। ऐसे कोई छोटी सी चीज है ये बता आना चाहिए। आई फील सो बट कई बार ये हमारे बॉसेस को प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है।
सर बिल्कुल संकल्प पता ही जाएगा
बिल्कुल संकल्प में
जो सर आप बताए
संकल्प में तो एक दिन वो करंट सिनेरियो तो वो करते ही नहीं है ना, वो बताते नहीं है, बट वो मतलब एकदम हाइप क्यों हो गई, जबकि बाद में तो आना ही आना है, बाद में वो चीज आनी है।
बिल्कुल डोंट बी सर, बिल्कुल
मेरा ऑन रिकॉर्ड आ गया ना इससे।
नहीं वो मैं कर दूंगा आपको इसको।
योर कार्ड, हाँ
है ना,
मैं आपको भेजता हूँ।
अच्छा
आई सेंड हिज डिटेल्स है ना।
हाँ, नहीं मेरे नंबर ले लेता हूँ, फिर कहीं मिस कर गया।
ओके सर। ये जानना है जल्दी से।
इंटेलिजेंस क्या होता है, सर्वेलेंस इंटेलिजेंस।
या पार्ट ऑफ
एक मिनट
सर आप वो जितना भी महंगा हो वो उनके रूप के ऊपर है। डायबिटीज तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट
आगे
प्रेगनेंसी वाला तो बहुत सस्ता है, एनीबॉडी कैन अफोर्ड इट।
मैम अच्छा है, हाँ आप डॉक्टर भी चलिए अभी, बिकॉज यू सेड कि थिंक ऑफ नंबर ऑफ पीपल हु मे रिक्वायर दैट। तो जीरो प्रायोरिटी का तो पता है डॉक्टर साहब, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है
क्या
नंबर ऑफ पीपल हु मे रिक्वायर दैट, मतलब व्हेन यू मीन कि ऑल द वेरी लार्ज अमाउंट ऑफ,
मतलब हमारे
एंड देयर आर सो मेनी अदर थिंग्स टू प्रिवेंट
we have
Thank you everyone for this wonderful session. I would like to invite the moderators to provide a token of appreciation to each of the speakers for their valuable insights. Dr. Vikas. Dr. Mona Lisa. I would like to invite Dr. Naresh to speak. Thank you everyone for this wonderful session. I would like to introduce the next session that we have, that is comorbid illnesses with HIV. I would like to welcome co-chairs Dr. Pooja Nuri from Mumbai and Dr. Satish Khanna from Delhi.
Yes. See, because you were in the past, right? You, the chairperson, very easy. He's not in church. That's not. Let's listen to our talking.
Hello, everyone. Holding the last session. Distinguished speaker, who are deliver yes. I understand my work has been made much lighter throughout the day because advanced HIV disease has been spoken on by many times by number of speakers, including Dr. Gilada has taken a silent portion. So basically what I'm going to talk about, define advanced HIV disease and talk about the burden of advanced HIV disease and try and find out are there evidences to suggest that a package of delivery, enhanced delivery for diagnosis and management of advanced HIV disease has some benefits in terms of reducing mortality, morbidity, etc. And also finally talk about the components of the package of the care. Now it is defined as in adults and adolescents and children over 5 years of age, a CD4 of less than 200 or a WHO clinical stage of 3 or 4. And this is for new patients as well as patients who interrupt antiretroviral therapy and come back for re-engagement into the care. For both of them, the definition holds good. And in children younger than 5 years of age, because of their advanced immunosuppression as well as increased risk of disease progression and increased mortality, all of them are considered to be as having advanced HIV disease unless they are not on stable antiretroviral therapy. Now, as we all know that with that increased access of antiretroviral therapy, there has been considerable decline in the mortality in the last few decades globally. However, there has been for the last 8, 9 years or 10 years, there has been a plateauing effect of the mortality across the globe. We look into the data. Even today, with treat all policy, around 30 to 40% of patients in low and middle income countries start nine patients I'm talking about. And in some settings, there are approximately 50%, almost half of the patients have a CD4 of less than 200. So mortality is continuing to be high in these patients who present at very late stage, particularly due to TB, severe bacterial infection, which is often undiagnosed or underdiagnosed in clinical settings in low and middle income countries due to severe bacterial infections, including bacteremia, the respiratory tract infection, the urosepsis, and the like. Cryptococcal meningitis, toxoplasmosis, pneumocystis pneumonia. These are common causes of increased mortality in this population. And in children, in addition to TB with severe bacterial infection, pneumocystis pneumonia, diarrheal diseases, malnutrition, and wasting come into play a major role. Now, if you look into the this cartoon, this has been shown already this morning. Proportion of people with the advanced HIV disease starting by gender and country income group. If you look into the high income group, that's the red line at the bottom, in the main, more than a quarter still start ART with advanced immunodeficiency with CD4 less than 200. At proportionally much higher, nearly 50% of patients, male patients start ART. Target of achieving that mortality of less than 500,000 by 2025. In 2021, it was much higher. It was 650,000. It was also discussed in today. So basically, there has been a plateauing in the mortality amongst these patients. So we need to try and find out how to reduce the mortality amongst late presenters. So two good taking help of two clinical trials, randomized clinical trials, both in the African setting. First was in Tanzania and Zambia. These were all open label randomized control trials. Around 2,000 ART naive patients with baseline CD4 200 were randomized to receive either standard care, 1,000 above, and then another 1,000 was given enhanced clinic-based care. And all patients had the opportunity to be screened for TB by expert, gen expert. Serum CRAG was screened and preemptive therapy with fluconazole was done for CRAG positive patients, as well as weekly home or community visit for first 4 weeks of ART was done by trained lay paid persons. And this was the enhanced package. And they analyzed the data at 12 months. They could find there was a significant reduction of mortality by 28%, 18% versus 13%. And the other study that was done in 4 other countries like Uganda, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Kenya, they had around 1,800 patients. These are all also naive patients, CD4 less than 100, and they were randomized to receive in a factorial design either enhanced antimicrobial prophylaxis or standard prophylaxis, or adjunctive raltegravir for 12 weeks or without any raltegravir, and with supplementary food for 12 weeks or without any supplementary food. The enhanced prophylaxis constituted of albendazole single dose of 400 milligram, azithromycin 5 days, standard dose, fluconazole 100 milligram for 3 months or 12 weeks, and they used a fixed dose combination of cotrimoxazole with INH and pyridoxine for 12 weeks. After 12 weeks, fluconazole was discontinued, and either the cotrimoxazole was continued or the ABC, and the standard prophylaxis continued, 1 double-strength cotrimoxazole tablet. And if you look into the reality trial results, a similar result, mortality reduced by 27%, cryptococcal mortality reduced from 1.5 to 0.4%, mortality for unascertainable causes also got reduced significantly, and importantly, TB incidence got reduced by 28%. Cryptococcal disease by 62%, so also hospitalization. And they also looked into the analysis of economic analysis. They found that enhanced prophylaxis is actually cost effective. So that's why WHO ultimately decided on this offering standard of care for these people with an enhanced package. So there are interventions including diagnosis. First is the common infection, 2 infections they have targeted. One is tuberculosis, other is cryptococcal meningitis. Now, TB screening has done by the standard 4 symptom screening for adults and children, followed by the preferred test for diagnosing TB is GeneXpert or nucleic acid amplification test, whether it's a GeneXpert or let's say, or the TrueNAT test that is being done in our country, CBNAT or TrueNAT, that is preferred over conventional microscopy as well as culture and drug susceptibility testing as the initial test for patients suspected to have tuberculosis. That was one. And for patients who are in advanced disease, hospitalized patients having very critically ill, for those with CD4 less than 100, lateral flow lipoalbumin urine screening has been recommended by WHO. But one thing, this is not test is yet to be available largely in our country. And this should not be a screening test or diagnostic test for TB. This test should only be used to assist in the diagnosis of tuberculosis in inpatient, critically ill HIV in patients. And cryptococcal antigen screening, this is available by lateral flow assay as well as latex test in our country, can be done easily. Test has got high sensitivity as well as specificity. And people who present with CD4 less than 100, a serum or a plasma cryptococcal antigen screening is recommended, and that was there for the diagnosis. And I'm just to add to the point of expert is that even for other extrapulmonary specimens other than sputum, that let's say for CSF, lymph node aspirate, pus, or other tissues, the initial test is always preferred to be the nucleic acid amplification based test rather than conventional microscopic culture or histopathology. Now, the prophylaxis is no photobacterial prophylaxis, CD4 less than 350 or clinical stage 3 and 4. But we need to remember in settings where bacterial infections are pretty high as well as the malaria incidence is high, there CPT or photobacterial prevention therapy is advocated to be used at any CD4 cutoff or any clinical stage, as well as it should be continued even after CD4 recovery. And fluconazole preemptive therapy for crack positive patients without evidence of meningitis. Ideally, all crack patients should be counseled to undergo a lumbar puncture, and the CSF should crack has to be done. The CSF crack is negative, or if the patient doesn't agree to take the lumbar puncture, then one has to go for a high dose fluconazole 800 milligrams once daily for 2 weeks induction, followed by 400 milligrams for 8 weeks, and then 200 milligrams. Now, there is other issue is when to start antiretroviral therapy. Tomorrow we'll have a session by Dr. Sajid Kumar on rapid ART initiation. Rapid ART initiation is defined by starting antiretroviral therapy within 7 days from the diagnosis of HIV infection, confirmation of that infection. So the package for advanced disease also recommends the use of start antiretroviral therapy rapidly. And even there is the same term going on, discussion going on, that's the same day ART initiation when the diagnosis is made. So that's going to be a challenge. And importantly, for patients presenting with advanced HIV disease, they would require enhanced adherence support, either in the form of a home visit or a community visit, or through phone calls, or through the mobiles, SMS, text messages, etc. So we need to consider that as well, because we have seen that such intervention in the REMSTAR trial has shown that reduces mortality. So rapid ART initiation, I'm not going to detail about it. Tomorrow it will be dealt with in detail by several. So to summarize, I would say that despite rapid scale-up of antiretroviral therapy globally with enhanced access, still a significant proportion of patients present late with advanced HIV disease. And even if you start antiretroviral therapy, start treating opportunistic infection, mortality continues to be high in this section of patients. So we need to have a package of improved screening and diagnostic tests for opportunistic infections, enhanced prophylaxis, as well as preemptive treatment, particularly with antifungals for crack positive patients with fluconazole, rapid ART initiation, and augmented adherence support. These are the essential elements of the package that we need to deliver for this advanced HIV disease patients. However, at present in our country, we are facing the challenge of availability of crack across the ART centers. Very few centers are probably doing serum crack testing. There should be a reflex testing mechanism. So when the CD4 count is found to be less than 100, immediately it should be tested. The same sample can be subjected to a serum cryptococcal antigen screening by lateral flow assay. These are very cheap tests. These are not very costly. These are also available, but urinary lateral flow LAM is yet to be made available in the country. I don't know whether there is a regulatory issue involved, perhaps. So with this, I stop here. Thanks for your attention.
It's really a very good intervention with the ADM and LAM and crack. It's really needful for the patient to improve their lifestyle.
So unless you have got access to LAMP as well as PAN, it's very difficult to deliver this advanced package for them. We need to have.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite second speaker Neha Gupta from Gurgaon. She will speak on the managing multiple meningitis.
A very good evening to everybody, and it's a pleasure and honor to be sharing the platform with Dr. Dilip Matai sir, as well as Dr. S.K. Guha sir, who have been my examiners. So it's really an honor, and I'm thankful to the organizers of ASICON for giving me this opportunity here. I'm Dr. Neha Gupta, Senior Infectious Diseases Physician in Fortis Memorial Research Institute, Gurugram, and founder of NGSPAT, which is my little infectious diseases venture here. So I'm going to be discussing regarding management of cryptococcal meningoencephalitis. I'll begin with this acknowledgement to my mentors, Dr. Rajiv Soman and Dr. Kamran Rodriguez, who have been teaching us the art and science of infectious diseases and also providing us opportunities at regular intervals. And this is one of the chapters which I had the opportunity to write on cryptococcal meningitis current treatment strategy in one of the textbooks. So I'm going to discuss regarding the etymology pathogenesis, which is very important when we are managing cryptococcal meningoencephalitis. Then I'll briefly discuss on how to diagnose, what are the various risk factors, the clinical and the diagnostics, and of course, the management. So when we talk about the global burden of cryptococcal meningoencephalitis, despite the antiretroviral therapy, still there is a huge burden of cryptococcus. And as we can see here, definitely the hotspot are the sub-Saharan Africa, but still India has a huge number of more than 25,000. Look at the numbers here, which is very, very significant. And this is basically a snapshot of the clinical immune response to the cryptococcal antigens. In health, what happens is whenever there is a cryptococcal antigen that gets recognized by the alveolar macrophages by the PRR receptors, and that's when there occurs this cascade of the T cell mediated immunity via the dendritic cells as well as the macrophages and the release of cytokines. And in good health and immune response, the cryptococcus are engulfed and then killed within the granulomas. However, if there is any defect in the T cell mediated immunity, which will happen in patients with HIV infection, there will be this uncontrolled proliferation of the cryptococci, resulting in the various clinical manifestations. So now we move on to the diagnosis. For management, it's very important to suspect early as well as use the diagnostics appropriately, as Dr. Guha has clearly mentioned about the same in the previous session. So I'll begin with this case. This is a very old case, but one of the first cases where we had managed cryptococcal meningoencephalitis. And the reason for presenting is this, that it will actually tell us the evolution of management of cryptococcal meningoencephalitis. So this is a patient who was diagnosed with HIV-1 infection in 2008, and then he presented in 2009 with severe headache, dysphagia, dysphonia, dysarthria, happening over a period of 1 month. Cough and expectoration was also there. There was weight loss. There was paralysis of the lower cranial nerve axis, which all of this suggests that he had chronic meningitis, facial meningitis. And on inquiry, he was off antiretroviral therapy for close to 1 year. Now, this is the MRI or brain of the patient, which shows that there is prominence of the Burko-Robin spaces. And this is the chest X-ray, which shows that there was a cavity in the right middle zone. Now, in this patient, the best initial diagnostic test at this point would be, we need to go for Barco-gene expert, go for lumbar puncture, or CSF multiplex PCR, engine, or none of the above. And it is very easy. I think we all will go for a serum CRAG in this patient, which Dr. Guha has also mentioned recently. When we do meningoencephalitis analysis or the syndromic approach, Usually, multiplex PCR have become the standard of care, but there is a lacuna here that cryptococcal meningoencephalitis, the cryptococcus may be missed in the multiplex PCR, and this calls for caution for the clinicians. Yeah, and Dr. Ravi Bhushan, who's my co-author, is also here. So we have two patients with cryptococcal meningoencephalitis who were culture positive, and yet the CSF multiplex PCR was negative. So it's very important that we do a battery of tests, including the class for the diagnosis when a patient is presenting with this particular syndrome. So here, when we have India Inc. is definitely invasive, and most importantly, it's to do a serum scan, which is a non-invasive rapid diagnostic test, and of course, with a very good sensitivity. The specificity is also very excellent. It may be just false positive in 1% of the patients. False negative crack may be seen in prozone phenomena in case of early infection. Titers more than 1:1024 is associated with poor prognosis, and more importantly, screening has just been highlighted. It's very important to screen it because serum crack positivity indicates that extrapulmonary infection has occurred. In fact, a positive serum crack precedes the development of cryptococcal meningitis by 22 days. And that is why, in fact, the bar has been slightly raised, that instead of 100, we are suggesting that it should be less than 200. The screening should be performed as well. This is one of the publications regarding cryptococcal meningitis diagnostics and screening in the point of care laboratory testing. And as we can see here that the lateral flow assay has a much higher sensitivity as compared to the other diagnostics. So in this patient, serum crack was done, which was positive. And that's subsequently later the lumbar puncture was performed, which showed that the patient had the CSF pleocytosis. The CSF crack was positive as well. The India Inc. preparation was done, which was showing the positive India Inc. As again, the sensitivity is much higher in patients with HIV infection, and the CSF culture was sent in large quantities, which is very important to improve the sensitivity. Higher volume, 10 to 30 ml, should be sent for the CSF culture and improve the creamy colonies of the cryptococci. Now, this is very important because whenever we want to switch from the induction to consolidation phase, we need to show the sterilization. Coming to management, there are few issues which are very important related to the antifungal therapy, management of the intracranial pressures, and of course, when should we initiate ART in patients with cryptococcal meningoencephalitis. Now, in this patient, the sputum examination was done, which showed the BYC here. And this is a patient who is in 2008. So that time they started him on amphotericin deoxycholate with regular CSF drainage, which is important for the management of ICP. Now, 15 days later, this patient had the chest X-ray was done, which showed that there was a resolution of the cavity. And now when the CSF was performed, still it was showing the growth of the cryptococcus. That means the CSF has not sterilized, and that's when flu cytosine came into the picture and in our clinical practice. So it has been the standard of care for the management of patients with cryptococcal meningitis in HIV-infected individuals. A1 recommendation has been amphotericin B deoxycholate plus flu cytosine for 2 weeks, which has been our clinical first practice as well. Now, the problem with this particular therapy is that it is IV therapy for 2 weeks, definitely has associated toxicity and requires hospitalization. So is there anything else which we can offer? So there have been studies which have been looking at efficacy of shorter duration of the amphotericin B deoxycholate. And here we have this paper published in Energy in 2018 regarding the antifungal combinations for the treatment of cryptococcal meningitis in Africa. And here, the study showed that a combination of amphotericin B deoxycholate plus flu cytosine for 1 week, which is illustrated by this purple bar, is associated with a lesser all-cause mortality as compared to the standard of care of amphotericin B plus flu cytosine for 2 weeks. Another alternative, fluconazole plus flu cytosine, is also associated with a significantly lower mortality as compared to the 2-week therapy of deoxycholate with flu cytosine, and hence it is an effective and sustainable alternative. So because of this, the WHO upgraded or revised their recommendations regarding the management of HIV patients with cryptococcal meningoencephalitis, And here it was a short course, 1 week induction regime with amphotericin B deoxycholate with 5-HC, followed by 1 week of high dose fluconazole, followed by consolidation therapy of 8 weeks of fluconazole, 800 milligrams per day, which is definitely higher than the 400 milligrams in the previous guidelines. And of course, this is followed by maintenance therapy of 200 milligrams subsequently. Now, when we talk about amphotericin deoxycholate, we all know that it has a relatively poor CSF penetration and of course higher toxicity, whereas the liposomal amphotericin B has much higher tissue concentrations and lesser infusion-related toxicity, probably even 50% lesser, and much lower nephrotoxicity. Liposomal ampho-B has been the A1 recommendation in patients with cryptococcal meningitis in non-HIV, non-transplant, non-HIV, non-transplant, as well as in transplant recipients. So the challenge was, can we use liposomal ampho-B even in patients with HIV infection? And this has been assessed and evaluated in this phase 2 randomized control trial. The short course high dose liposomal ampho-B for cryptococcal meningitis and the early fungicidal activity has been evaluated. So this was the high dose liposomal amphotericin B was compared with the 2 week of liposomal amphotericin 3 to 4 milligrams per kg, and single dose, 2 doses and 3 doses were all compared with the control arm. And as we can see here, that the maximum early fungicidal activity was seen with the single dose of liposomal ampho-B. Giving additional doses of liposomal ampho-B on day 3 or day 3, day 7 did not really provide any greater benefit. Now, this has been extrapolated into a phase 3 randomized controlled non-inferiority trial, this ambition trial, which has been published in 2022, which is trial which was performed in 5 countries across Africa. And this was a randomized controlled non-inferiority trial where people living with HIV with first episode of cryptococcal meningitis, they were included over a period of 3 years, and 1:1 randomization was done. Single high dose liposomal ampho-B, 10 milligrams per kg, with 14 days of flucytosine and fluconazole was compared with the current standard of care. And as we can see here, that the all-cause mortality at 10 weeks was much lower in the single high dose liposomal ampho-B arm. Here, it was 25% as compared to 28% in the control arm. And also the safety profile, that is any grade adverse event, grade 3 or grade 4, along with anemia, all this were much lower in the liposomal ampho-B arm. Now, definitely besides this, the other management issue is related to the management of ICP, which is very, very important and critical. So if the CSF pressure is high, more than 25 centimeters of water, that's when we need to drain the CSF to reduce the CSF opening pressure by 50% or to a normal pressure of less than 20. And this has been definitely associated with a benefit of survival. In case the pressure is more than 25 and persistent, then daily CSF drainage can also be done as long as we stabilize the CSF pressure for at least 2 days. When do we start antiretroviral therapy? Yes, it should be delayed 2 to 10 weeks, preferably 4 to 6 weeks in order to prevent iris. And whenever we start antiretroviral therapy, if there is a deterioration, the differential diagnosis can be iris or it can be a relapse, which has to be differentiated based on the cultures as well as the analysis. This is one of the few recent updates related to the diagnostics as well as the management, that is raising the serum cryptococcal antigen testing bar to less than 200. And also CSF lactate has been included as a new prognostic marker. If the baseline CSF lactate is more than 5, then it is associated with a higher mortality. Now with this, I think these are a few valuable points which will help us in the management of cryptococcal meningitis in our clinical practice. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, I just want to ask you one thing. What regime are you following? Therapy or you continuing the WHO regime?
So right now, in my clinical practice, of late, I've not really seen a patient with cryptococcal meningitis of late, just in a few. But yes, if I get it, I would definitely try the ambition trial. Yeah.
I would like some audience to answer this. Dr. Gillard, have you had any experience with the popular single dose glycogen?
Can I say one?
Yeah. Yeah.
So very interesting topic, as usual, and it was very interesting. And this new data has got a Khanna has already discussed about the emission trial, and we all feel that single dose may be useful, but I am sure and I can vouch for all my colleagues here who are treating cryptococcal meningitis. I don't have the guts right now to use a single dose amphotericin because I have certain colleagues here, and including myself, who have treated with amphotericin B, despite treating them for a month, we've not been able to get rid of the fungus from the brain. So it is actually a very, very challenging fungal infection to treat. But yeah, the data is there. So we probably would need more real world evidence before actually I can say use it.
So I think one of the things is that it should not be cryptococcal because for that we definitely require a higher, longer duration of therapy. Yes.
That point is very nice. Cryptococcal would be different. We just talked about simple cryptococcal.
Recently, I treated one patient of disseminated cryptococcal infection with single dose therapy, and there was a remarkable recovery in this patient. So, particularly for the private practice, single dose therapy is much cost effective than a prolonged duration of therapy because the cost of liposomal amphotericin B is very high. So, just wanted to share that.
Dr. Gawai,
Experience. We didn't in our institute. We haven't used single dose liposomal. Rather, we use amphotericin deoxycholate 1 milligram per kg for 7 days with fluconazole 1200 milligrams. That is the standard of care, and if it is that is given for 2 weeks, and some patients who can't tolerate amphotericin beyond 7 days, then they are being in fluconazole 2 studies. Of course, studies is hardly available. Finally, that's it.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. So I agree with you that nowadays we don't see cryptococcal meningitis at all. So those days, that is, I'm talking about April 2004, that is pre-Heart era. We used to have lots of these cases of cryptococcal meningitis. The classical sign, I come from a government side. So we don't have the fancy of liposomal amphotericin nor flucytosis. In such a situation, we were the first to use a number of amphotericin along with fluconazole, even though the guidelines say we are not supposed to use it because of some mutual, some antagonistic action between us. But we used it to perfection. It was doing very well. The problem with cryptococcal meningitis is the CD4, like the previous discussion. If your CD4 doesn't come up, how much ever you do, whatever you do, you will not be able to eradicate these fungus for this. And the classical sign is highly throbbing. That's the classical sign. And we did not have these manometers, which are actually cheaper, but at that time we did not have. All that you should do is precaution when you're doing the LPs. We have removed nearly 150 ml of CSF, and usually the immunology lab will be very happy when we get a case of cryptococcal meningitis because CSF will be gushing through. You're not supposed to remove this kind of it will actually be forcing it backwards and it will be dripping. And based on that, we used to have a rough gauge of the pressure. Very interesting presentation. Once again, I appreciate it.
But let me unexpected. Is that nobody in the world knows about those of amphotericin B. What is the total? We all teach by saying it is 3 grams. At the time when we were seeing early part of our HIV epidemic, we were using amphotericin B, and I published a paper with only 70% is the mortality rate. 70% is the success. No matter what you do, okay, the way the first patient dies is due to race infected influenza. And how can you combat that? None of these drugs work.
none of the steroids or the mannitol would work other than by reducing the pressure, like you said, mechanical reduction. So just one last question, sir, because Dr. Guha had touched on a very compelling topic, which we in India are neglecting. Now, Dr. Guha talked about advanced HIV, and Dr. Gelada showed a photograph of a patient who is really frail. Now, we are talking about an end-of-life issue. Such patients cannot be recovered or revived unless you focus on nutrition. And nutrition for such people would be taking either 2pm or by giving them post-feed, which they cannot consume 3,000 calories. We have to ensure that parenteral nutrition or some form of nutrition is provided to them. Otherwise, it is an end-of-life care issue. Otherwise, you will be having a futility of care issues. So don't think that we can prevent the deaths of those 7,000 people who died globally in this world due to advanced HIV.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Just a last question. Dr. Neha, very good presentation. I just wanted to ask about your experience. It's like 1% false positive cryptococcal antigen. So my practice has just come across recently, which I feel is a false positive. So I just wanted to know, have you come across, or anybody in this room has come across a false positive cryptococcal antigen?
No, not in my clinical practice. I've just read that it's one person can be false positive with the practice training.
Thank you, Dr. Neha. I would like to invite next speaker, Dr. Franco from Italy. He will speak on HIV-associated malignancies.
Hi. But I was expecting the other, okay, speaker, but apparently it's my turn. Okay, so my topic is the AIDS-associated malignancy.